Papa
All right.
no.
All right.
Papa no. All right. Well, looks like we're about to get ready to get started. This is episode 56, season 3. Olympus has fallen. We're going to be starting out today with you guys on board Manaline's spaceship as you guys are flying up to L2 Overreach, which is the S.P.E.A.R space station. You guys are kind of like sitting in the cockpit area of Manaline's ship. What does that look like, Manaline?
I mean, I'm expecting to go straight into the spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
So Manaline's at the front, in the pilot's chair. I imagine who's leading the mission. Someone's leading the mission that is in the what would be considered the captain's chair, and then there's a few other chairs scattered around where are some computers.
Gotcha. Okay. You can go ahead and be driving in your captain's chair. That's not a problem.
Someone else is in the captain's chair.
You are currently being accompanied though by Galahad and Deandre.
Oh, Dindrain.
Dindrain. Thank you.
I was about to ask. What?
So, suddenly, surprise! Gwen's mom is actually here.
All along.
Deirdre is Gwen's mom. Dindrain is Percival's sister, who's one of the Knights of the Round Table.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That is correct. Dindre. And Galahad are working. Have both been kind of like she's been hanging around with Galahad since they reunited, and the Night Round Table's been working together. But Galahad is here on official league business, and he is going to turn to Lancelot, who's somewhere on the ship. Correct?
Yes.
And he's going to look at it, and he's like, all right, so just to clarify, you understand the circumstances that are going down today? Do you need me to...
Well, I heard that King Rasganjan, apparently that's his name, which is quite strange. Like King Arthur isn't Art's name, so I don't understand. It's fine.
We can't pronounce it.
Well, apparently he was found again and beaten again, and now he's being held trial or something.
It's not quite a trial. What's going on currently is he is being held by us as we've recently retaken him. Since we've taken control of him in the meantime, us being the League of Heroes. For a time, after he was taken from their facility, and the Rasganjans are wanting him back. We've been holding on to him because of our diplomatic relations with the Tarinians, who would rather that he be turned over for execution. This is not something we particularly want either, as the Galactic Council is also trying to take hold of him. They have their own plans for him, which it seems odd to me. But they want to give him complete control of him to the Glamazoians. I can't say precisely for what cause yet, but we feel that
Glamazonia was conquered by... It was conquered by the hosts, though. I don't see what the Rasganjans have to do. I'm sure there's a lot going on that we don't know in the big picture in space here. But as long as I know what is expected of me, I can fulfill my purpose.
My goal for you in particular, and I asked that Cyclone recommend another list of people that he believed had the most contact with Rasganjans. is to get a grasp on the situation and report back to me, and so that I can help negotiate this as best. You will all be acting as my aides on this mission, on this diplomatic envoy today.
Very well.
So my goal for you guys today will be go around the ship, find out everything you can, bring it back to me as best, and if at all possible, not to cause any sort of diplomatic incident.
I will endeavor not to.
Um, DeAndre will be here as well. She's gonna be number 2. She's just getting a ropes on your situation, Lancelot, as she's been around. She's still trying to get her feeling back on the ground.
I'm always glad to have her around.
If there's anything else, please feel free to ask, but we'll have to go through our decontamination and weapons check confirmation before introductions.
What are the major social taboos that we shouldn't do?
Well, which species are you talking in particular to?
Oh, any species that you don't want us to cause a diplomatic incident to?
Well, I would say Tarinians have made it very clear that they don't believe that they believe in following their protocols, which I'm certain the Tarinian ambassador forum will have everything that they have set for diplomatic meetings. Rasganjans are oddly enough about straightforwardness in all interactions with them. If you lie to them in any way, they perceive it as the utmost dishonor.
Sensible.
Just keep me away from them then.
I think we'll be okay with the Rasganjans in that case.
Well then,
How about the Glamazoians?
Glamazoians. Well, they're an odd punch. Each Glamazonian has just such a strong personality. It's hard to tell what each one will do in taking effect on. Their individuality is far and wide between. I've been unable to myself nail down any customary procedures that they have in meeting with other cities.
So they all have
other
one
allies from
personality.
Earth.
None of them are tempered or moderate.
Tempered is the last thing I would ever use to describe a Glamazonian.
Is there one main diplomat of theirs that we will be meeting with or seeing?
S.P.E.A.R and Heady Hair are going to be the two that are mainly, and they are actually also in charge of watching. They'll be in charge of watching King Rasganjan for the time being.
Okay, so I know a lot about S.P.E.A.R, but I don't think I've ever really spoken with her, or I'm not sure if I met her. Maybe once or twice in passing.
Mm-hmm.
What is she like actually? She kind of Gwen kind of like more so asked the others this.
I have
S.P.E.A.R is actually fucking fabulous, if I'm being honest. I think she's generally pretty forthright. She's a good leader, and she sure kicks some ass. Saw her fighting on the moon that we rescued all the Tarinians from. I would not want her to be my enemy.
Okay, so is there like one main thing that we should or should not do when we are interacting with S.P.E.A.R?
Don't bullshit. I think she can see through that pretty quick.
So basically just straightforward, the same as with the Rasganjans.
I would not attribute any sort of humanity to the Rasganjans, but then I haven't met very many of them, so I'll defer to the rest of y'all.
Some Rasganjans can seem positively personable when you interact with them face to face, but
Yeah, one-on-one, they seem all right. Some of them seem all right. The master, the Rasganjan diplomat that we brought back with us as a diplomat to Earth, he was pretty okay. But then again, he also seemed different from. They seemed different from the other Rasganjans. They were kind of a nerd for Rasganjan terms, I guess. Really looking forward to learning everything. Right,
I
El?
think you would call that a spy.
well, they were a diplomat. What actually happened to the master? Are they still around? What happened when the Rasganjans declared war on us?
Is that a question for Galahad?
That's a question for Galad. Probably sounds like.
All right. I would say I don't know. I haven't seen him before. He was on a register from your reports, but I haven't received any reports of someone referring to themselves as the master. In any of the correspondence that we've received so far.
Okay. With regards to free-for-all, would you say the assessment of essentially being straightforward with her as well to be correct? Or are there any further instructions in that regard, would you say?
My time with Shifri is she's usually very relaxed and calm with her situations. She'll tend to go out of her way to see the needs of others first.
Okay, so just be chill.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that.
I think it'll be a pretty. I don't expect any problems from them.
Okay. So we're going to the S.P.E.A.R space base. Is Special Agent in charge Josephine Mann still in charge?
Special Agent Josephine has never been in charge of the station. She has been a major. She is a player on the station, and she does have special privileges that gives her the right to go about through the station. But she will be attending, yes, if that is your question.
Okay, but we will not really be interacting with her otherwise then, unless we go out for a way.
You will see. You can see her. She's not running any of the decisions. No, you would have to try to look for her.
Okay. Right then. That
Did we agree that we put Safri under the straightforward on this thing?
Say
yes.
again.
Yes.
Okay. I was just making sure. I just thought a handy note here set for things we shouldn't do or should do.
I don't suppose you have your Glamazoian.
I don't typically pack it, but you want to go back and get it?
I mean, I don't think we have the time for it now, but I was just wondering.
I don't know. Maybe Manaline to do a long distance teleport. You die or something to teleport it here.
Is Manaline in the habit of referring to himself in the third person?
Sorry.
I don't know if you guys think.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
What happened?
Sorry, I had some robot problems.
There was some robo voicing going on. At least I started noticing it with Halo there.
Okay. Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
we're all back, I think.
Okay. Cool.
Halo, is everything okay on your end? Okay.
Hello?
Hey, we can hear
Hey.
you.
Okay, cool. We bounced back.
Okay. Everything okay for Manaline and Lancelot?
Yeah, I can hear everything.
Okay. All right then.
All right.
Onwards.
And I should have said this a minute ago, but I'm going to take this second to follow up here. I don't intend there to be a ton of action in this session unless you guys create your own. I hope that's
Well,
okay with everybody.
Don't tempt fate.
I
hey, if I run into fate, I would definitely tempt her.
but
I mean, I'm okay with there no being action, but also you brought Minnie, so let's just.
as
see
I
what
said,
happens.
unless you create your own.
I mean, Siege, you told me this would be a Doom heavy session up front. So considering I feel like you are prepared for dealing with Minnie here. So
What? No. Okay. All right. So, as we are going to arrive onto the station, I think at this point is when we would just kind of like land into the shuttle bay where Manaline spaceship's just going to land. Everything closes up as klaxon lights go down, and you guys are able to make your way off the floor. There's several science types who meet you guys at the bottom of whatever the back open storage bay that I've pictured Manaline's vessel having in the past. They're all there ready to greet you and take you over to your decontamination zone and space before entering into the embassy. That's the correct word.
Manaline secures the spaceship as he's the last one to walk out.
Cool. And as you guys do so, you just hear this like big vortexing swooshing sound. It just goes as this like sparkling purple and pink vortex just kind of like pops open in the bay, and you can see that a unicorn just kind of like clops out of it. And behind the unicorn, you can see that three incredibly tall figures, and like slender but with like rocky edges. If you guys have met Rasganjans in the past, these would be a Rasganjan's natural form, as they're being made out of their way.
They have a unicorn? Well, okay, shapeshifters, but whatever.
I think that's Sagittarius, out of character.
I've never met them, so
you have, but that's the point.
How is the gravity here anyway?
It is fine. They have artificial gravity. So Sagittarius is if that was Gwen exploding, or was that Darcy?
I mean, I don't think I've ever met Sagittarius in any session. I mean, I've heard about them.
You in the last Tarinian session, Sagittarius was the person that you used as the gateway hub.
Right. Okay. I guess that was like my only interaction with them. Sagittarius is a unicorn?
Correct.
Okay.
And as said, Galahad will if that was so to clarify, was that Gwen or Darcy?
That was me as Darcy, because I thought that I, as Gwen, hadn't met Sagittarius ever. So.
Galahad will stop to talk with Sagittarius for a while. As far as you can tell, what talking with Sagittarius looks like is Galahad just stopping in front of him and them just staring at each other for a long period of time. And he makes it very clear for the rest of the team to go ahead and continue following that with your Dindrain. I will get it right soon. I don't know why I'm thinking it's different. Dindrain, as she as you guys are being walked off, um, mhm. You guys are free to do anything at this point, or you're also clear to follow orders and go along.
Well, let's get going to where the action is.
I mean,
Okay.
in action.
I chose my words deliberately.
Oh, where?
Okay.
But I say that in character as Gwen, like just looking around, seeing the Rasganjans come in. Do we also already see Tarinians and Glamazoians?
Not in this section, no.
Okay. Okay, whomst among you have met with Free-for-all before?
I have.
Same.
How's your relationship with her, Elle?
Great. I mean, I don't think you'll find anyone on the big team that Free-for-all does not love. And probably reciprocal.
Well, I will enjoy speaking with her at some point then. For now, I'm just thinking that if we need like one person specifically to interact with any of these groups, that you or Minnie could go forth first with your free-for-all. Minnie, considering you were, I know that you didn't like it, but considering your face was broadcast to all those Tarinians, I think that you might be good to deal with them. If somebody else is with you, I think I can deal with the Rasganjans.
I can deal with the Tarinians on my own. I think that's fair, and at this point, I consider them my responsibility.
Right.
Okay.
Well, which of you shall I accomplish? Company?
You can go with me. Like if we need to split up, I don't think we need to just yet.
Yeah.
Manaline, have you met any of these before?
Not I'm aware of.
Okay. Well,
The Tarinians are, I believe, mushroom people, if I read the
Oh,
reports correctly.
the Tarinians, yeah, the mushroom people, yeah, really don't like them.
What do you have against the Tarinians?
The mushroom people, they almost destroyed the Earth.
yeah, but everyone has done that at some point.
Yeah, but they did it in the most annoying way possible. Oh, yeah, I mean, we're not even going to mention that our mushroom seed will completely terraform your planet until it's too late.
Okay, we'll just keep you away from the Tarinians.
Yeah.
Does anybody have like communicators so we can keep in touch just in case we do have to split up?
Sadly, I don't.
I certainly don't. I have a phone.
I guess we have phones. Unless is Elle wearing her space suit from way back when?
That depends. Are we like? Were we told that we were going into space itself?
No, there had been no intent for you to guys have to do any moonwalking.
I mean, I don't see why Manaline spaceship itself wouldn't have a few spare spaceship suits.
Elle would probably just be wearing our normal clothes then. Yeah, I don't like she probably brought her spacesuit just like on the trip, but I don't think she is wearing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Probably don't want that too out in the open with S.P.E.A.R. I think Gwen is dressed for diplomacy. So like wearing a suit.
So, and mini, I assume you're wearing your normal mini gear.
If we're on a station and there's no space or moon walking, then she will be in her costume, which she's only worn once or twice before. So she's in costume today. She's in action gear.
Cool. All right. So as you guys are follow Dindre.
Did drain.
Okay. Cool. Drain. Okay. Dindrain. Gotcha. All right. So as you guys follow Dindrain, you guys eventually will arrive into a large science lab bay. And this section seems to have they take you through multiple stages, right? The first stage is just going to be this ventilation of just you guys being sprayed with this mist. That's just okay. That covers you guys from head to toe. It doesn't feel anything other than ordinary. It just kind of feels like water. But there's large readings across the screen that just start naming chemicals left and right. That's designed to keep you contaminated and decontaminated from spreading any massive sets of diseases between other alien species that you're going to meet today. Also, over the course of just normal procedure, you being brought into the second section where there's a couple sets of science nerds. They're talking back and forth. They'll be like, "Hey guys, yeah, so I'm going to need each of you guys to leave all weapons in this section. They're not allowed to go any further in the embassy. This is a weapon-free zone."
Oh, do I need to stay behind?
Excuse me?
Well, I don't have weapons. I am a weapon.
Maybe. Yeah, just... What's the weapon? I am a weapon procedure again. No, you're allowed in, but here. What's your power ratings?
0.
Over 9,000.
Does Minnie say that?
No.
What what are the units? How do you judge this?
Are you rated telepathic? Are you rated super strength? What are what are your sources?
I have
it's mostly CNN.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, say that again? You both talked at the same time.
You go first.
I have a knighthood.
Knight. Okay. You're Lancelot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Energy. I see here that you guys have been rated down for energy, protection, super speed, super strength. Give me a moment. Let me just coordinate these.
Don't forget godlike beauty.
Right.
I don't think you have any dampeners for that.
We do actually, and they pull out a paper bag.
I was just going with a veil, but there you go.
Yes, do you have a veil? I'd rather wear a veil.
You're gonna wear a veil in a few years.
I mean, that's the hope, but...
Let me check in the back. Yes, Susan in accounting got married last week, so yeah, we have some spare veils.
Veils? I don't really better touch the eyebrow at that one.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not?
I have a question for Siege. Can they detect 3 crates of plasma rifles in a pocket dimension?
It's a good question.
Just putting my cards on the table.
I feel a better question is, why do you have 3 crates worth of plasma rifles?
No,
Listen,
that's a question we know the answer to.
The heroes are busy, okay?
I literally, like, you legitimately don't know the question, the answer to that one.
Maybe you don't.
We can do a previously on Big Team, but first I'm waiting for the GM's reply.
Siege, I see you lighting up, but I don't hear anything coming from you.
Same.
I can just hear Annie crying Siege's name.
You're just lighting up, Siege. You've nothing to burn.
It's still the same, unfortunately. Yeah, this is unfortunate.
On Fortnite.
It is unfortunate indeed. Speaking of which, our sponsor for tonight is not Fortnite.
Thank God. So while
Why
we wait
not,
for
huh?
Siege,
it is
I
it is
guess I will
Apex Legends.
answer. Okay, that's better. So Hidden Boss, Minnie has 3 crates of Rasganjan plasma rifles in her pocket dimension because Minnie.
And now
Jamie,
I should be back.
Yes,
oh,
you
welcome
are.
back. You are back.
Maybe. Now I
Oh,
can't
good.
hear y'all because I'm muted everything. Okay.
Oh, for the love.
And now I should be able to hear y'all.
All
I
right.
hear you.
Yeah, we can't see hardware mutes, unfortunately. That's all.
Yes.
Good job.
All right. Well, fucking, I'm not gonna get into it. So you absolutely. So they take a few moments. When my question to you, Minnie, would be: would you report that as part of your weapon arsenal, as part of Minnie's? My
That's
answer-
why I'm asking. If I think
Honestly,
they will be discovered, then I will report them. If I think I can get them in here without discovery, then I won't report them.
I think that's the whole debate. So I'm not going to answer that for you.
Okay, that's fair. Could I assess to get the answer, or is this something beyond an assess roll?
I'll let you do it as S roll. We can.
First roll of the game.
Okay.
All right. What would you like to ask?
What here can I use to figure out if they will be able to detect weapons in my pocket dimension?
I would argue if you're willing to sneak. Can you read technical schematics or have someone who can?
Listen, Minnie is mostly computer illiterate, but we have a Manaline.
All right. So then, if you are able to use and find someone who has the ability to go through their systems real quick and figure that out, then there is a computer terminal that you guys might be able to covertly reach.
Okay, that's fair. Minnie does not want to start this diplomatic mission by trying to hack the computers. So I think when the time comes, she will end up reporting the guns. But you can sit on this one because I know this always surprises every GM. But what does the future know about this moment? Get back to me.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll know what the future knows about this moment when it happens. And
I
also,
wanna...
how does
Okay,
that
go
relate
ahead.
to the dead?
Say again.
Yours is what does the future know about this moment, but it's always directly related to dead things because it's the ghosts. What do the ghosts know about this moment? Is your variant on it? Since you don't actually have future sight, you have the ability to speak into your ghost's field, and your ghost field has like a little bit of future sight because like the dead spirits kind of linger in a vagueness in the future and not.
I mean, I guess that's up to you.
I'm just making sure that was clear about it. Okay. All right. Anywho, moving on. So everyone's going to check all of their weapons at the beginning, correct? That and powers that they can.
And
What?
in full disclosure, sir,
Mm-hmm.
I could give you my sword, but I would be able to get it back at any moment.
Very well. That's in your projection portion here. We'll add that into your dampener. Here you go, folks. And she's gonna the tech nerd, the nerd is going to hand each of you these bright like bracelets that when they clap on, they're just like this bright purple thing, and as soon as they clap on, these like dark red lines just like in multiple layers just screened across the top.
What constitutes as a weapon, by the way?
Anything that could be used intentionally or unintentionally to harm someone.
In that case, it isn't fists always a weapon, so it's for everybody.
We cannot take your fists away. If you would like to wear cotton gloves, you are free to wear cotton gloves. If you think you can't control yourself.
I mean, do I see what sort of effect this has on my teammates who get this before me, like L? Like, is L like noticeably physically weaker after getting the things?
How would you feel for the first time in your life not having your superpowers?
Probably not great.
I'm asking L since you asked.
Okay.
I mean, for some, like for the energy projection would be weird considering she's always had that. The beauty also weird, always had that. But I mean, wearing a veil isn't that weird. The sword and various night things, like she's only had those for a while, so like it would be disturbing to lose them again, but it wouldn't be like the first time in her life.
Okay. Do they know all about us? Because
They have everything that you would have reported to the big team or the League of Heroes at some point in your career.
Okay. I have one question for you, Siege. Are they watching closely?
Go for it.
I really wanted to do that myself, frankly.
Fair enough.
Okay. So I would definitely want to avoid further entanglement.
Yeah.
I want to get the opportunity to like slip past and kind of like unnoticed.
Would you mind posting the thing since it's going to happen twice here?
Okay. Do you want this in Roll20 or in
Either or.
during Game Talk? I'll just post a screenshot in during Game Talk then. That stands out a bit more. So I want to get an opportunity to slip past by exposing a weakness or flaw, and I want to avoid further entanglement.
All right. Okay, so you're choosing to get an opportunity and avoid further entanglement.
Yeah, and exposing a weakness or flaw.
Do you get a third one from delinquent?
Yeah, on a 10 plus, you choose 3.
Sorry, misread. My bad. Okay, cool. All right, so what would you do?
I like as they are busy with one of my other teammates, I just want to like slip past and then if they then they turn their attention to the next person, and I only pop out like once that person is also passed. So it's kind of like, hey, I've already been handled by somebody else. And if need be, I might also like use a bit of my retrocognition to see into the past, see how other people might have smuggled things in here, because I'm pretty sure that one of their employees might have wanted to also sneak something past here at some point.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're not going to be able to get everything by. Like, I know you've got like magic weapons. You're not going to avoid being able to get rid of those. But I know you have super strength, and you might be able to have found a way to tamper with your own device that'll let you get
Okay.
by. Okay.
Sure. I mean, I've done lockpicking, so.
Manaline, what were you trying to do?
Basically, Manaline was he's not going to disable it right now, but he's going to have it ready to disable at any moment. So he's going to do like avoid further entanglement, get an opportunity, and expose a weakness before. So he's going to have basically he can pop his power down from that any time he needs to.
All right, seems fair enough to me. All right, so as you guys are going through the procedures, they're going then. I will say that I don't think you can go through without getting entirely checked up. They're not going to be that incompetent.
No, it's fair, but like if it's like I manage to tamper with like the thing that they give me before it's like fully activates or something, and so that it doesn't work or something, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
That's what you mean.
So part of the procedure for putting things on is before every person's gauntlet gets slapped on, everybody ends up having to take this just like a giant, unfortunate needle of a shot.
Okay, that's new.
No. Nope.
No,
Nah. Nah, fam. We're not doing that.
No.
I'm sorry, folks. That's part of the procedure. The gauntlets do not work without them. We have to calibrate the medicine to work with gauntlets for a maintained period of time.
Surely there are exceptions that could be made for. So, I am certain with the variety of species that you deal with, there are species for which the skin cannot be penetrated, or they do not have blood like we do. What do you do in that case?
In most cases where they do not maintain blood, each species has their own individual inoculation procedures that they pass on to us that we use. With those, what we've done in the past is we get the procedures from the previous form, and then we're able to put our formula into their method.
I see. I've just not every member of the human species is equally comfortable with needles, and in some cases, the discomfort can be genuinely debilitating. Unless you want to actively cause trauma on any of us, I am fine with it, but...
Well, then, if you're fine with it, would you mind going through just a moment here?
I will, yes.
Yep. Quick enough. All right. Slap gauntlet. You're next. Go. Mr. Manaline, come through.
Yep.
Done. Miss Halo or Miss Minnie.
So this is not, judging from Elle's interaction with this person, this is not up for discussion, right? They demand that we take a needle. Go. Okay. Minnie is going to rewrite this person's memories to make them believe she took a needle because she's not submitting to this invasive level of security protocol.
Did we give you memory manipulation?
She has memory manipulation. She just never uses it because it's like a moral quandary for her. But this is horseshit, and she doesn't feel like explaining herself to this degree.
Fine by me. Go ahead.
I tried.
You did. These people are unreasonable, but that's fine. Thank you for trying.
Yeah, Gwen would have definitely wanted to avoid the needles.
I was going to give you your chance to do so yourself. I I love you, Lance, but the whole point was to let Gwen deal with her fears.
That's absolutely fair.
Listen,
I can go last if you still want Gwen to deal with it in her own way.
Psychpod and died. My PC decided to kill itself after all, but I can pray through my phone but I won't be able to roll for myself.
All right. No
That's
problem.
fine. Just let me know when I need to roll for you. I'm going to drop your audio a little bit as well because it's a little high for me. Okay. All right. So swapping over to Lancelot, and we're gonna move past that. We'll have Minnie go last then. Gwen. So what happens when she's the nerd comes to you with the needle?
I think what I do, like, what is the did they say that the needle was for?
The needle was part of the procedure for using the gauntlet, the bracelet. So making sure that it works.
Okay. Can I somehow just make this part of my "Are you watching closely" that that I avoided?
Yes, we can. We can make this actually the part of the thing that you avoid.
I think I'll like Okay, this is a tough one. Because honestly, if you had told me that this was going to be the framing with like the needles and such, I would have done it differently. I wouldn't have gone for Ari watching closely because honestly, Gwen has like a violent reaction to needles, and she would I would have just like gone with something else. So I think what she does is, as he's coming with the needle, she while he's like with his back towards the others, grab his wrist and just stare him into the eye and just tell him, "If you come any closer with that needle, I will break your arms. Just tell them you gave me the shot, and we can go on our way."
Okay. And you're gonna get by. That's gonna work. We're gonna this person is gonna be like okay, all right then. Next. Just as they took one quick look down at your power list. And then Miss Minnie does her memory wipe, like, no. And you guys are clear to head into your section. Okay, folks. Do you also want to clear this person's memory of not doing it for Gwen too, while you're at it?
Yeah, that makes sense. If I would have noticed that Gwen strong armed them, then yes.
Cool. All right then. We're gonna go ahead and move through as you guys move past that section. As the last, actually,
HiddenBoss, can you push to talk on, because we are hearing all of our voices.
I apologize. I'm not used to doing this on my phone.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, that happens.
Okay, cool. So as you guys are making that walk by, there's just this kind of like off-camera peel that has happened right before it. Right, just kind of it flashes back. We do like a tiny little flashback of just like there's a momentary like shadow that grasps the that just like swipes up through like the bottom pant leg of the person, and it just kind of like crawls up, and you can just like see their eyes do a kind of like momentary like glyph transformations where it's like it'll be like hieroglyphs, and then it'll like pop into like kanji, and then it'll like shift into like Greek alphabet as it rotates through those various symbols. And that's when you guys walk, and then the next scene is that you guys having walked in. And you guys are now free to make your way through the base. DeAndre would look at you guys immediately first and be like, "You guys will be fine, right? I can go on my own. You don't mind?"
If you need to be somewhere,
Yeah, fine
I
by
do.
me.
Yes.
Are you sure you'd like to go to London, right?
Yeah. No. You can. Yes, I think it's personal.
Oh,
Right?
best of luck.
Mhm.
Shoulder pad.
Okay. All right then. She'll head off down the immediate other hall. You guys are free to go one of the hallways. You guys are free to go where you like. Locations that you guys have to that are on your checklist of things to gather information if you guys are struggling. You need to talk to King Rasganjan and the Glamazoians who are together. The list of things that Galahad asked you to grab was Tarinians, and followed up by if you can speak up with the Rasganjan as well. And last but not least, report back to Galahad. And
Okay, so the Rasganjans and Glamazoians are talking about question mark?
no,
About what?
the Glamazoians with King Rasganjan.
Oh yeah, about the exchange.
No, I mean like the Glamazoians are holding on to King Rasganjan on the station. That makes
Is Shafri the only league member that we have ready access to right now?
She is one. If you can wait for Galahad to go through, he's going to go through the same procedure that you guys went through.
Minnie doesn't know Galahad. So yeah, I guess my vote and Minnie's vote would be to speak to Shafri first, but I defer to what the rest of y'all want.
I mean, Halo, if you want, we can check if the burrower is here.
Hard pass, thank you.
Okay, so the four things were Glamazoians are holding King Rasganjan. The Tarinians have question mark that Galahad wants. What is this stuff?
So Galahad wants each of you to get him a good your aides to the diplomat in question here. He's asking you to kind of go out and feel out the delegations and give him a good report back before the main meeting occurs. Does that make sense?
Okay,
I got it. I picked up what you were putting down.
Okay, and that was basically just it. Or
That's a lot to do. Now, what you find along the way is up to you.
Okay. Do we want to split up here? Is that a good idea?
I would rather not as a player, and I think Minnie would rather not be alone just for fear of getting caught doing something stupid.
Oh, we share that fear. Especially considering we have powers and they think we don't. Okay, let's go meet up with some friendly faces first. Let's start with the good, then the bad, and then the ugly.
Okay, so yeah, Minnie's vote is Shafri. What does everybody else?
I'm basically saying this in character. So let's go with the good first. So let's go see our angel eyes, Shafri for all.
Sounds good to me.
Yes. I'll just follow you. It's been a while since I've worn a veil, and I'm kind of have to get used to looking through it again.
If you want, you can just hold on to my arm.
That's quite all right, thank you.
Okay. Well then, Glamazonia time. Where do we find them?
You will find them. The delegation has taken personal responsibility for monitoring the King Rasganjan. So you will probably find them in the prison of the base. They're watching over him as he would be pacing in his cell currently on the station.
All right. So we'll head in that direction, and I guess we have. I think there's another upside to. Well, there's an upside to Elle having a veil. At least King Rasganjan won't recognize you immediately.
Hmm. Um, well, I think I have more distinctive parts than just my face, but perhaps it would be an upside if that was were to happen.
That's actually a good point. Maybe faces don't mean much to Rasganjans, and it's more like profile.
They do shapeshift, so I would imagine the recognition is primarily mannerism.
Might be. So maybe you just need to act different. I mean, your profile is already different from when you're in armor, right?
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
All right. So we head over to the holding cells, I guess.
Mhm.
Um, and try and find some Glamazoians to talk to and direct us to Free for All.
Absolutely. You're able to. There's you come by a couple of people that have the traditional Glamazonian look, if there was such a thing.
No such
You
thing.
there exactly. There is definitely a lot of bright colors. That's all I can say that happens for uncertainty, as they come in a wide variety of shapes and sizes. But eventually, you make your way to King Rasganjan's cell in particular, where Shafri is sitting in a chair, looking at her, and as King Rasganjan is just kind of like in the back of his room, pacing back and forth. And like directly to the side of them is Heady Hair, which please excuse me for any butchered interpretations I do of this character. I've got just this wild, like blonde hair that just kind of like drops down all the way to the back half of the leg, and sequins out the butt everywhere, and it's just shiny as all heck in this attire. And crop top, cropped shorts, and sequins, glitter, bedazzled if needed.
Fabulous.
Mhm. Ow!
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think Minnie walks right up to Shafri and just gives her a hug and greets her warmly, unless something stops.
Hetty gives her a look as you go, and she's like, "Oh, sugar, how you doing? It's good to see you again."
Good to see you too, Shafri.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for your help on the moon. Sorry we went out there half cocked, but it was a crazy situation.
Look, girl. The thing that matters most to me is that you kids are fine, and the fact that you guys are still here is good to me. How can I help you? I really wish you wouldn't do dangerous things like that on your own again, but I'll do what I can for you. How can I help you
That's
out?
fair. I'm glad you asked. I actually, Galahad wanted some help feeling out the diplomatic situation here, but I wanted to ask you, what information has the League learned from Truman? I haven't heard anything back.
Truan's being a bit of a rough nut to crack. Honestly, for some reason, he seems to be really stuck on everyone's idea that everyone belongs. That the weapon sale shouldn't be illegal on Earth for some reason, of Rasganjan weaponry. He thinks it's good for it. By the way, Darcy, I can hear your typing.
Sorry.
I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. And I'd really appreciate so Sugar, if there's anything I can do for you on him.
Um,
Mhm.
yeah, if you need help speaking to Druin, I'd be happy to help out with that if you let me. But well, I guess let's start with that. Can I help you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can make sure that Galahad knows that the Glamazoians will be taking control of Rasganjan as soon as this sham of a diplomacy argument is over with.
What is the Glamazon's interest in King Rasganjan?
The Glamazonian and Host War has maintained a problem for most of galactic society. Glamazon in particular, we are the best planet around here. Like, have you seen us? Like, fabulosity here is what we do. And if anyone's going to keep this one off the chopping block and safe from the rest of the world, it would be the Glamazons.
That seems that would be good if it's not an idle boast. The Glamazonia, that used to be occupied by the host, right?
Yes, they had. Did that actually happen in your? I'm sorry.
They were occupied by the host.
God damn it.
While we were there.
Okay,
there,
never mind. Okay, sorry. I honestly, when I asked Xania about them, they told me no host activity at that Glamazonia would never be conquered, and I was like, okay.
I mean, I'm happy to retcon that because it never actually came up.
It wasn't like a major thing. I think it was more like the host was at least trying to occupy it at the time.
Yeah.
It definitely stopped after the Sonata thing.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Again, I am happy to retcon it personally.
Okay. We could retcon that for the sake of how I had thought Glamazon was acting in the past.
It's also partially that we, as the characters, didn't have like the complete information, of course.
Gotcha. Okay.
It was just rumor.
Cool. All right then. So, as Shafri was like, look, we're the only planet that's been able to stay completely off the cuff of these. The host tried once during the last bout, but we smashed them to smithereens. This is, if there's going to be any neutral place to hold King Rasganjan, it's going to be here until the Galactic Council can think of a fair punishment for this guy.
That seems like a pretty fair assessment. If you manage to get hold of the host, then that is quite something. And with Earth being so defenseless in comparison to some other planets, then yeah, we definitely wouldn't want to have him around here. I don't think. But
Are we still on Earth? We're not on Earth right now, are we? I don't think we are.
I mean, we're on the moon, but
Yeah. Okay, fair.
Yeah. We are right next to Earth. So if the
Yes.
Rasganjans get on the moon and get to their king, then they will also have gotten to Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so Shafri, have there been any issues with like the diplomatic council and trying to convince them for you to take King Rasganjan?
No, there's not a problem with us taking him. The problem is Earth won't let us. Seems the humans have decided that the only way to keep the Rasganjan Empire from crushing them under their foot is holding on to their king.
As a hostage.
Exactly. Their former king is a hostage, at least.
Classic tactic.
I was just gonna ask, what if you're allowed to share, what is it that the Glamazonians will do with King Rasganjan that would alleviate the pressure of invasion in Earth space?
With King Rasganjan? Say that one more time for me. I had some trouble understanding that question.
I'll rephrase. What do the Glamazonians intend to do with the prisoner that would suddenly make the invasion stop? What is what do they have up their sleeve, I guess?
Oh, they don't. That's not on the agenda of the Galactic Council. The point of them holding on to King Rasganjan is so that a fair trial can be inactivated for the future of the other, to make sure that the acts that he is responsible for in and of himself is he's held to the problems he himself has caused, not for the sake that the rest of his kingdom, as his empire, has caused.
Mhm, mhm. That's what I thought I heard. I just wanted to double check.
So I understand that the Galactic Council has a protocol to follow, and there are a lot of systems under their protection, but Earth is not one of them. We are not represented on the council, and like you told me in Venice, Shafri, the fucking council gave the council and the Rasganjans gave the researchers permission to come here and abduct and study people, as if we're their vassals, as if we're under their control. That is unacceptable. And I respect you. You're one of the few League members who I do look up to. And I think you have the best interest in mind. But I was part of subduing King Rasganjan too, and he was subdued on Earth. And I think we have a right to be able to leverage him to save our system and other systems in the path of the Rasganjan host.
Sweetie,
Can we use him to negotiate for having at least a representative from Earth on the Galactic Council? At minimum, we deserve that.
wow.
Honestly,
You demand a lot, Minnie. That's what I love about you, sweet. You just talk and speak your mind all the time, girl. So here's the deal. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna I can bring that up. I can bring that up. That's definitely something worth talking about. But I'm gonna tell you they want him now. And if the longer they wait, the more that they don't trust that Earth's going to be able to hold on to him with they've Tarinians right in their back door. And if the Tarinians execute them before a true trial happens, there's no chance Earth will ever get into the Galactic Council.
I understand. Well, hopefully today's negotiations go well for everyone.
yeah. So the Tarinians are calling for King Rasganjan's execution.
Mm-hmm.
Extrajudicially?
Immediately. Correct.
Oh, yeah. Oof. That is that's not right, no. If
Well,
if he were to be executed just like that, then that will not be recognized by a lot of people across the galaxy, I presume, if they have any respect for the rule of law.
he's gonna you're gonna hear like as that comes out, just like, what about my rule of law? I demand execution by combat! As Rasganjan screams out from the back of his cell.
I mean, he definitely would get slaughtered in combat, given what I've heard of his track record. And Gwen doesn't even turn around to face him.
Mm-hmm. And there's just a massive like thump against the back of the glass wall. And you hear Hetty Hair like, quiet down! God damn him.
But yeah, thank you for speaking to us, Shafri. And thank you for also being willing to look out for Earth's rights and negotiate with us on good terms, in good faith.
Mm-hmm. Of course, my dear. It's good to see you again.
All right. I think maybe we should get going on. We've got a bunch of other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
All right. We'll talk to you later then, Shafri.
Of course. Anytime, sweetie.
Minnie will hug her in parting, and The fashionista cheek kisses, as is Glamazoian custom.
I will salute, I guess.
She will go in and give you a hug.
Thank you, Schiffer.
Don't be so formal, dear. Not.
I think after that comment of not being so formal, Gwen will just like hold up her hand for a fist bump.
Too not formal enough. Hug.
Okay. Awkward shoulder pad.
Mm-hmm.
But Gwen hugs her back.
She does not care. Super strength squeeze.
Super strength squeeze back.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Shall we go meet with the Tarinians?
if we have to.
Halo, I'm sorry, you sound underwater.
Testing.
That's Victor, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest that very thing. Let's see if we can get the Tarinians to change their stance a little.
Are you going to be okay, Manaline?
Just keep me away from talking.
All right. I figure it's a good idea to get like this the stances of all the other parties on King Rasganjan's execution before we actually go to the Rasganjans themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
And although by all sounds of it, it sounds like it might be a good idea to also actually meet with representatives of our own planet if we can, because if this is like this big for Earth's own future, then
We are the representatives of, the aides of the representative.
Yeah.
If you'd like to find Galahad again.
right. We definitely should talk to Galahad after all of this. And wait, Galahad is a representative of Earth now? Huh.
I suppose that the League of Heroes is counted as a representative of Earth, and Galahad is the representative of the League of Heroes. But I guess so.
I mean, I guess it sort of makes sense. It feels a little odd for somebody from Avalon to be a representative of Earth, but then again, considering we all live here now, I definitely would like to have some voice in what happens to our planet.
Yes. Well, Avalon is on Earth, sort of.
It's more parallel.
Yeah, I guess it's more Earth adjacent than Glamazon adjacent or something like that. So, but yeah, let's talk to those mushroom people, and probably not call them mushroom people. Do they even know what mushrooms are?
I mean, we know what mammals are. I learned that fairly recently, actually, the definition.
Yeah, but mushrooms like developed on Earth, I think, and I don't know how that goes for other planets. Either way, I don't think it's like super important, but I just
As
don't
you
want to
guys,
insult them.
okay. All right. As you make your way out of the prison cell section, there's slamming as the door slams shut. There's this nice you can see that there's just this shadow that just like slides underneath the door past you guys as you go through into the room. Okay. Then we're gonna go ahead and head our way over to the Tarinian section. All right, and the Tarinian section seems to have been propped up. In particular, like they've made everything a little bit darker in this section. All of the lights are kind of like very dim. And they've kind of got maybe like a little bit of a purple hue as you make your way into this section. All of the chairs have been like shrunk to fit, a 2-foot sized person. as you guys make your way into these halls, you come across the diplomat, Honey, who has been set in charge of the Tarinian expedition at the back portion as you move past a bunch of other Tarinian folk. Hi, it's pleased to meet everybody here. Please call me Honey. And I believe you guys are from the Earth expedition, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We are the aides
We are.
of, I suppose, ambassador, sir?
We are essentially aides. We are ambassadors of Earth. Thank you, Honey.
Um, formal voice, like, I hope you remember me. I was doing my impression. But yes, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
Mm-hmm.
Is everything going well with your family?
Yeah, they're adjusting in very well. They've settled down. They've got themselves some nice roots dug in, next to the new big tree in the temperate dimension of Australia. It's pretty good. It's been going well so far. We found a way to defeat 3 giant gators that have tried to eat our planet, our tree so far, but it's good. And everything would be perfect if those Rasganjan, that Rasganjan king would just be executed, and then everyone would be happy. And everyone would feel pleased, at least justified, that we can begin our new lives now.
Okay. So why is that? Why do you think that him dying, him being executed, would make everybody happy?
Well, we've got a 90% approval rating. By the way, you did all make sure to clean off your shoes before you came in here?
Yes.
Think so?
I don't mind stepping outside and cleaning my shoes.
Please
Was there a
do.
talk outside?
We just step outside for a bit.
We'll take the customary 20-minute break. And that's when we're going to take our own little break, because we've gone in at about an hour and a half now.
Not 20 minutes, I hope.
Not 20 minutes, no. Just a quick 5-minute break, just to let everybody do their chill out, get their break and stretches in. If you got, or 2 minute, if you guys want to do 2 minutes.
I just gotta go to the bathroom for a bit and get some water, so I'll be right back.
Sure.
I apologize for this. I thought my PC was working fine for internet browsing, and it's done even worse. I don't know if it's not a bad solid state drive or something.
I've always had more trouble once we get a bunch of people into Discord, so I understand. I'm gonna mute my mic here. While we're on this quick break, those who are muted are free to unmute.
I am so ready.
Manaline porting in.
All right then. As we wipe our feet and come back in 20 minutes later, as is custom for Tarinian procedures, when one has not wiped their feet before entering a personal space of a diplomat, you come back in and it's like, "Hi guys, it's really good to see you all. It's like, welcome back. It's good to see you for the first time, as is custom. So, how can I help you today? What can I do for Earth?"
Well,
Yes.
I'm glad you put it that way. What can you do for Earth? That is, that's exactly right.
Mhm.
You are effectively live on Earth now, a parallel dimension, but you are Tarinians, but also Earthlings. And I think we have a vested interest in seeing that we use our prisoner, King Rasganjan, to the most benefit for all of our people. I definitely understand the urge to execute him outright, and he fucking deserves it. But
Absolutely, he does.
That would not be useful, and it would make us a lot of enemies.
Well, you see here, the thing is about making enemies. When heads need to roll, heads need to roll. And like, I'm not gonna lie, the last time that we had a 90% approval rating on anything, we literally, it actually never happened. Once in the history of all of Tarinian, no one has ever disagreed on everything this much. It's pretty amazing, and we have to thank you for giving us this opportunity to have something we all agree on. So thank you a lot, Minnie.
Honey, that is honestly, that sounds wonderful. But I wonder about something. Do the Turinians have a representative on the Galactic Council?
Yeah, I mean, we do, but like they don't do much. Like they talk a little bit.
So you
Is
aren't
Galactic
really
Council procedure.
So you aren't really represented on the Galactic Council.
I mean, I don't know.
Is that the fault of your representative, or is that the fault of the council?
Well, so all right. Well, the thing about Portabella is she is kind of a stickler, right? So she really wants to go through she wants to maintain absolute certainty in everything she says. So she waits until everyone has spoken, and the Galactic Council is really, really, really big, and she tends to wait till the very end, and there's often not enough time. So both.
That doesn't sound very useful, no?
No.
But I mean, she's following the rules, and the rules are what matter here.
Well, the rules can get in the way of progress. I know you like your rules, but you said it yourself, and you just thanked me for it. I went to your planet, I spoke to your council, and they were paralyzed by their rules. And I shook things up and got them to break their rules, and that's why there are so many Tarinians alive now. So, what do you say? I mean, do you trust me enough to let me help you sort out what rules are good and what rules are bad?
Exactly. It's your inspiration that we are following. We are following the inspiration that doing it first and doing what needs to be done first is what matters. So if we held back and waited to the end to see if we could get a better deal, then we won't be doing what's best for our people. Acting first is priority.
As the person whose inspiration you're following, I want to let you know very clearly that that is not the way I do things. I know it looks like that sometimes, but thinking things through, thinking about them quickly, but thinking them through is an essential part of decision making. I really think you have misunderstood my perspective, and I really want to help you.
Well, sweetie. Sweetie, I may think about it, dear. Hold on one moment. and she's gonna pull out her.
Can I?
She's gonna,
I mean, I'm trying to trigger a roll here.
Oh yeah, sure,
Provoke
shoot
or-
it.
Second time I've done it and it hasn't come up. This is persuade with best interest.
Go for it. All right, on persuade with best interest. 79. They need concrete assurance right now.
Okay, what are you trying to persuade them to do?
She is trying to persuade them to delay and get a higher position on the Galactic Council, as I understand it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ultimately, basically, I'm indirectly pitching the same thing I pitched to Shafri, which is to use King Rasganjan as a bargaining chip to get representatives on the council.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So, what concrete evidence can you provide now that you can get that?
That's a good question. I think many would turn that back over.
Look, I know this is difficult. I know the Tarinians have lost a lot, and you're embracing a new philosophy, and I'm proud that you are changing as a culture, as a people, and I'm happy to be part of the inspiration for that. But this is a reckless course, and take it from me, I know my reckless courses. So what would make you, and what do you think would make the rest of the Tarinians feel better about changing their decision? I will do my best to secure that for you, and I'll let you know as soon as possible.
I can ask, see if there's anyone that really wants that. I don't know if we want it, but it is something that we consider. We will put
I have a quick question. Did you vote on your on method on your how many people wanted to survive?
Did we vote on how many people wanted to survive on the planet?
Yeah, of your people. Yeah.
The people that wanted to survive decided to make their we decided as a people with one in unison and one vote, and not even one voice. The people that wanted to stay and fight stayed. Yes, we didn't vote at that time, and that was the point. We acted, and we did what was in our own best interest there.
Was in those somewhere, but I'm not quite sure. I can now.
Say that again, Hidden. I couldn't hear you.
I was basically going to try and, just say maybe your need to survive or outweigh the needs of you wanting to kill.
Are you saying the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? I can't quite hear you.
The need to survive outweigh the need to kill him.
The need to survive outweighs the need to kill him. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, look. The needs of the people are justice. We've lost one planet, and the person who caused that needs to be held responsible.
But if you get your revenge or justice, would that cause your current situation to get worse?
I don't believe it will.
See, that's where we think otherwise, honey.
Mm-hmm.
You have lost a planet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you want to lose another one, do you?
No.
If you kill King Rasganjan,
Mm-hmm.
then the Rasganjans will just become angered and see Earth and your new planet, your people, as a target, and they will come after you and after us, and that is bad for both of us. And right now, we need to stand together. If King Rasganjan lives and is held here on Earth, then Earth believes that they can use him as a bargaining chip to ward them off. Another thing that can be done is for King Rasganjan to be turned over to the Glamazoians who have held off the Rasganjans and the host for ages. And then Earth will not be a target for the Rasganjans because they will have no reason to. They won't come here to rescue their king, and they will not come here to avenge their king. The thing that we think we should do is to turn him over and try and get something out of it that will be otherwise beneficial to all of us, to Earth and the Tarinians, and something that will be not just beneficial to 90% of us, but to 100% of us.
Okay. So, as prove to me that you can get you can get something out of it for sure, and I can consider your proposal. You can tell that to Galahad. You can tell him to bring this.
Yeah, I think that's fair, honey. Thank you for listening to us. We will do our best to secure an equitable exchange for.
And Minnie, would you mind staying here for a second? I want to speak with you in private before you go.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. We'll just go on ahead then.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll
What I wanted to do was I really wanted to thank you for like everything you have done for us personally. Like I in particular have met you a few times now, and you really are wonderful. And if it does work out for us with this policy with Galahad and he's able to get something, it'll mean so much for our people. I really do thank you. And she's gonna give you a hug. And when she gives you a hug, there's just this like tiny little bit of an echo as the voice goes from a high pitch to "Have you read the end?" And then she's gonna say that. And thank you so much, Minnie. You are just the best. You really are.
Right. So, me, Halo, knows what that is, but Minnie doesn't. So, you tell me what's appropriate here. Assess or pierce the mask. I'm not sure what.
Pierce the mask
you're
is
trying
fine.
to.
Pierce the mask is fine.
Oh,
Yeah. You could use your powers to extend your senses. That could also perhaps fit.
I don't think I can extend my senses in this way. Not without mentally assaulting a Tarinian, which I don't want to do.
Yeah, that seems no.
And you got
okay. I'm gonna pierce the mask.
Okay.
Is this targeting Honey or is it targeting Alistar? Because I have influence over Tarinians, but not Alistar.
Who would Minnie have been thinking this is?
Minnie thinks it's Honey.
Then you should go ahead and make the roll as if Honey.
Okay. Like more specifically, Minnie is worried that it's another Rasganjan shapeshifter, right? Because this would be the second time she's encountered that. But,
That would make sense.
I mean, I Halo know what that's not.
Right, absolutely. 7. Okay. Which one would Minnie ask?
That is a good question. Before I decide, I have another question for you.
Okay.
Does Honey count as a hero?
No.
Because I have a move that may trigger here. She does not count as a hero. Okay. Does she count as a villain?
No.
Okay.
She counts as a
Then my
civilian.
wrong side of the tracks does not trigger here. That's fine. Let's see. Here's the mask. What are you really planning?
You can tell that Honey is really planning to do what's best for her people. You can tell that there is no hint of Rasganjan within her. And if you wanted to make a guess as to what she was going to be planning to do at the events, she probably is going to make some sort of a declaration of unity with Earth if she can receive some real proof that they'll get more galactic representation.
Mhm.
That is what Honey is planning.
Right. So I think Minnie is a little off-put by the strange voice, but does not want to be rude and ask about it, and doesn't know where to go with that. But she's gonna try and act on it with the team. But yeah, she will hug Honey back, and she'll.
Yeah, look, I'm glad I can help. I'm happy to help you more going forward. I really will do my best. And it's already been stated, but I think it's worth saying again. The Tarinians are Earthlings now. We are in this together, and even though we're different cultures and different species, we need to make decisions as one voice because we share a planet now. So hopefully, the Tarinians will consider having humans on their council, and certainly human governments should welcome Tarinians on their council. But that's a separate discussion. A hope for the future.
Actually, that brings up an interesting question. Actually, normally, if a non-spacefaring species joins a spacefaring species, they would be considered part of this of that species for the Director Council. What happens if a spacefaring species joins a non-spacefaring species?
Ask the Galactic Council.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
question.
my answer. Like, because I don't have that rule yet.
Wait,
Well,
which one is the non-spacefaring species in this case?
Well, well, I'm assuming it's humans because they're very able to. Well, we're able to, but that's a very few.
Yeah, we're not beyond our planets, basically. You mean?
Yeah.
We can't fleet a galactic army. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we don't really need to command those, but Manaline will be doing some. If we can get a PDA or something to research that.
I mean, Manaline isn't in the room. Remember, like Honey pulled Minnie aside, but Minnie's going to report what was discussed. So I just want to.
I thought you reported it. That's why.
Yeah, we'll get.
As you're passing through the ship, you're definitely able to ask someone to get some sort of reading on galactic law problem, and you're free to go through it. I think, yeah, you're free to go through it. We'll put out a rule at some point, and just maybe you'll be able to come up with something later in the session that will apply.
Yeah, later. I just wanted to let you know Manaline was researching it now.
Cool. That seems good.
Can I?
Okay.
I think else priority during all of this is trying to see if there's any threat, and specifically when interacting with the Tarinians, to try and assess whether the Tarinians have any plan of taking things into their own hand if they don't get what they want.
Mob justice.
Like seeing if they're making any weird preparations or something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Sure. Give me an assess the situation as you're leaving the Tarinian space.
All right. Assess.
Okay. You get 2 questions.
Okay. Let's see. What here is the biggest threat? And Who here is the most vulnerable to me?
You in particular. The biggest threat on the station is probably the Rasganjan diplomacy. I don't think you find any obvious weapons that the Tarinians are carrying. They are in and of themselves generally the weakest of the 4 sections here.
All right.
Earth is not great. But what you can definitely, who has the most reasonability to you would be vulnerable to you, probably Galahad. Galahad has really come to respect your growth as the Lancelot, the closest thing he's going to have to a Lancelot for a while. And you will have special sway over him if the situation determines needed.
Okay. I think then, if anything, I mean, I guess you can't see Elle's face, so never mind. She looks a bit more at ease, but you can't see her face. It's all right.
That beauty was too powerful for us, honestly.
We don't want to see your pretty face so worried. Let's cover it up.
Okay.
It's funny. I don't mind it. I genuinely think it's amusing.
All right. Okay. Well then, next scene is so you guys are out. You're communicating with each other. Does that mean you guys are going to go speak directly to Galahad to try to set up this further negotiation, or are you going to speak with the Rasganjans?
I think it makes sense. I mean, are we discussing this in person?
I think we might as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I figure we could go talk to Galahad first, but should we go to talk to the Rasganjans first?
I think it's a good idea. We can make sure that we have as complete as information as possible when we do report to Galahad.
Do we know Galahad's schedule if he has any urgent meetings? How much time do we have left?
Did Galahad say anything about that to me?
He did not. No.
He did not inform me, which I think means no. I don't see why he would not have mentioned it if he did.
I mean, if it's some secretive type thing, I wouldn't put it past him, but
This is a diplomatic mission. There's going to be secret conversations happening all over the place.
Pretty much.
yeah.
I think we should touch base with Galahad. We don't have much truck with either the Tarinians or the Glamazoians at this point,
Actually,
and we could probably.
Yeah, right now it's all based on ifs and buts and nothing solid.
oh yeah,
And we need something solid to hit these Rasganjans with.
which reminds me, I'm not sure how this way to go about it, but is there any way to find out who's been talking to who? So that's always interesting to problem.
What do you mean, Manaline?
Like who's been talking to who's been seen talking in which, going into which areas and so on. It's very complicated, but have a person from faction A been talking to people in faction B when they normally wouldn't, and so on.
I mean,
well, any place like this has servants. We can always try and ask them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Manaline can go off and do some talking to the servants while you guys talk to Estonians. Or I don't know.
Are you speaking in third person again, or are you?
I'm sorry. I can go off and talk to the servants. I'm not used to being on a damn phone. It's messing me up.
It's okay. We're just talking in character.
Yes.
All right, Manaline. I mean, if you like.
Apologize. All right. I don't talk to the servants. You talk to the Estonians, and I'll meet up with.
We'll talk with Galahad first. Touch base, and then we're gonna hit up the Rasganjans.
Break. Okay, cool. We're gonna do this in rapid fire. which groups are going where? Manaline wanted to go talk to the crew of the station.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Darcy, Minnie, and what did you guys want to go? How did you guys want to break that up?
I want to talk to Galahad.
You
I'll
want to talk
go-
to Galahad?
I'll go with you to Galahad.
Okay.
Can be
Does that mean
intermediate between you and Galahad.
Does that mean
Don't do that hard first?
does that mean Gwen is going to see the Rasganjans?
You want Gwen to go see the Rasganjans on her own? Well,
That's
that
what
would
it
be
seems
interesting.
like.
That would be interesting, but I think she is smarter than that.
Okay.
Unless Manaline wants to go alone, she'll go along with him then, and otherwise she'll go along with Galahad.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Or we can talk to servants afterwards. I'm fine if either splitting up, or we can talk to the servants afterwards.
Oh, you want to do the servants
Gotcha.
and the
Okay.
Rasganjans at the same time?
Not with maybe not with Rasganjans, but definitely maybe the servants and Galahad at the same time. It's up to you. I don't know. I don't. It's all GM's need, whichever.
I'm roboting. 1 sec.
Okay.
I don't mean to split the party by default.
Gwen will go to Galahad then, if you're going to be fine.
Yeah. Right. I can always talk to the servants afterwards.
Siege, hardware mute.
Yeah. Should we just do Galahad and the servants, then the Rastonians?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so I don't mean to split the party. I apologise for letting me. I just realised what I was doing.
All right.
Actually,
It
this
wasn't
could work in our best interest. Manaline, cool. Since you're going to be talking with essentially front of house personnel, do you think at some point you could get access to a computer or an official information desk person? I'm not sure if they even have that here, but I think, as usual, we don't have enough information, and I just don't trust the league to provide it for us. So do you think you could subtly get some better intel on the Tarinians' itinerary and the Rasganjans' itinerary and see, I don't know, if there's anything unusual, if there's a sudden influx of personnel from either side?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll talk to the servants, see what they know, and I'll get to an info terminal and check.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Manaline.
If you can't get the information out of the servants, by the way, about whomst is meeting whomst, you could always check the video feeds, perhaps.
Yep.
If you can get access to that.
There's a lot of work, but I'll try.
Hey, that's it's just going to be a challenge.
Yep.
All right, Siege can hear you.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so we'll go ahead and start with Manaline here as you guys are heading off to Galahad.
Right.
I kind of like this little picture of you just like you guys talking about this a little bit, take your separate ways down 2 different hallways. So, Manaline, what was your goal here? Which servants are you looking to talk to? Or staff, really. This is not the medieval era,
yeah,
even
the
though
servants. I was going to say that, but I never got an opportunity. The staff, probably the ones dealing with food, like moving food around the place, unless they got reputators.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're able to make your way into the kitchen of without too much problems. They kind of give everybody their own personal space, and they're allowed to have people make certain requests. So you arrive in the kitchens. They are like, "Oh my god, I am so tired of Rasganjan order for rocks. Can they eat something besides rocks? I just want to cook, okay? I hate working here. This is the worst cooking job anyone has ever gotten. Half the time I don't even get a cook. What do you want? What does Galahad want if he asks for one more pheasant cooked just a little bit burnt. I'm gonna stab him.
I'm just wondering his age, but I'm just come to check in here to make sure. I'm just checking in, make sure because I feel like there's a lot of tension coming here, so I tend to.
Yeah, there's a lot of tension. It's a kitchen for diplomats with people with multiple stomachs. 4 stomachs? What is 4 stomachs?
A towel.
Right. And do you want to feed cows all day long?
I'm not a farmer. So...
Me neither.
I have a question. Where's he getting his orders from?
Where's who?
The chef, is he getting his orders from like a computer screen, like took like a rot dinner and pheasants for room 50?
Yes, he's receiving a bunch of different data entries. Mm-hmm.
Can Manaline keep him talking while Manaline makes a copy of all this, of all the food?
Okay. How are you going to keep him talking and making food at the same time? And also, like, reach back there and get it at the same time.
Well, Manaline has hatting abilities, and he's not totally restrained by his power dampeners.
Okay. How does your hacking abilities work?
It's sort of magic spells. It's sort of magic spell-based hatting. Like, you use this magic spell to hat and interface with technology.
Okay. So, do you need to make any actions to do that? Is it just I think and therefore I hack?
He can think I fire a hat, but it's a lot better if he can make some hand movements. But some subtle just hand movements behind his back shouldn't be too bad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So you're just gonna do some hand symbols, and there's gonna be like a download from the computer, which happens to have a printer that just like spews out recipe demands, and as you see that a large list of the requests goes like, oh my god, oh not again, and they turn their back for just a moment here. Go ahead and give me a freak roll to make sure that all of this goes on according to plan. Mm-hmm. Unleash your powers, please.
I'm on Discord. Remember, I'm on my phone.
Right, I forgot about that.
Sorry, I apologize.
No, so I'd forgotten. No worries. This really is the cooking episode. That's what we're learning all today. You rolled a 3, so it went pretty well for you. And by a 3, I mean a 14.
Oh, 14. Don't stare at me like that. You're using my PC being horrible.
Jesus. Okay. All right. So as that basically goes as I described, they turn around, they freaking like ah! As they high pitched scream to the heavens, and you're able to like swipe those papers that were being spewed out, and are able to make it down the hall before like a bunch of other recipe lists out go. What I understand the purpose of you spitting out these recipes was to see if anyone was making any unusual food requests. Correct?
Basically, unusual food requests, or like, hey, why is there an order for rot and like pheasants in room 503? That means like Dalahan is talking to the Rasganjans, or whoever orders rot, and that sort of thing. Like, is there any unusual food combinations?
Gotcha. Okay, so what you are seeing is that there is a significant order of rocks that have been sent to the Tarinian room, and I actually didn't think what a Glamazonian would eat that's different than a human. So feel free to tell me what a Glamazonian would eat that's not human-like.
A 5-course meal, of course.
Glitter. Oh my, Eddie. A 5-course meal. Okay, a 5-course meal. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a 5-course meal. I like that. It's a 5-course meal covered in glitter.
I mean, who uses gold leaf? They have glitter.
Mm-hmm. which is the best human supplement they can get to the naturally sparkly creatures that live on Glamazon.
So basically, the Glamazoians are important to the people who eat.
Right. So you also find a surprising amount of glitter on the menu of our Rasganjans.
All right, I'll head in and report that in then.
Mhm.
And make a
Okay.
mental note to help the chef later.
Noted. You are going to start making your way back to the rest of the team. Team, what you're running into Galahad as you come into a very human-like diplomatic room. There's a bunch of flags on the wall from all of the different countries around the earth. Nice, big, cushy red chairs. They're always red for some reason. And Galahad's sitting in them. He seems to be going through a tablet of some sort, swiping through pages. Ah, good. You're back. Reports? Anything of value to give me from the end?
Yeah. We have reports. We know a bit of like the situation with regards to the Glamazoians and the Tarinians. It's mostly a little bit like we can get a better outcome out of this, but it will require some maneuvering. I suppose it's the best way to put it.
Okay.
Minnie, do you want to fill Galahad in on the Tarinian situation?
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Sir Galahad, it's a pleasure to meet you. We haven't formally introduced, but yes, it's my
It's
name
always
is
good to
Jenny.
see you.
Well, thank you. So the short version is this. I've spoken with Honey from the Tarinian delegation, and the Tarinians are pretty much in a landslide agreement that they want mob justice. They want King Tarinian killed. And obviously we can't allow that to happen. But they have agreed, and by they I mean Honey has agreed to approach the Tarinian Council if to be on our side, to use King Rasganjan as a bargaining chip for Earth to get representation on the Galactic Council, which I think is in everyone's best interest. And then the council and hopefully the Glamazoians who are on the council can decide what justice looks like for King Tarinian. But we need representation because they are a space council that is making decisions on our behalf, and we have no say on it, and that's unacceptable. But the Tarinians need concrete assurance that we will get what we say we're going to get for this trade.
That is good. That is important. That is not. And what of the Rasganjans?
We haven't met with the Rasganjans yet. We figured it was better to meet up with you first, since the situation with the Glamazoians and the Tarinians was a bit in limbo because of this, and we wanted to touch base with you first so that we could see if this plan that we have devised and spoken to them about is also something that Earth could put forward as like a legitimate idea. Because if we can have some assurances that this is a legitimate possibility that can go through, then we will all stand stronger together before dealing with the Rasganjans.
You make a good point. The problem is I don't know if that's completely against the Rasganjans' requests in this matter, and they're the one that would leave Earth as the primary target here. I don't know if the Galactic Council really has the army to stop the Rasganjan fleets right now.
So, the Rasganjans, what do they want, as far as you are aware?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't get the end of that. Beginning of that, Darcy.
Galahad, what do the Rasganjans want, as far as you are aware?
They want the king returned, as far as I'm aware.
And what have they promised in return then?
The not destruction of Earth. And they've requested more along the lines of not quite sure, honestly. Their lists of requests are unusual, to say the least. They said that Earth will not be completely glassed in their conquest. Then there's another list of planets that they do not intend to destroy. That they do not intend to glass, but only conquer. I think that they're primarily responding to continue to not destroying planets altogether, which I admit was a change from their previous policy in last century. But
by sounds of it, it sounds like they say, we will not destroy you, but we will conquer you. And in a sense, that is progress, but it is still very, very terrible. So I would much prefer to not have to deal with Rasganjan conquerors on Earth or anywhere else.
If I doubt you came here without any sort of plan or ideas of your own, and I'm sure the League has some. So if it was up to the League, and if it was up to you, what would you do here?
if it were up to me, we would let the Tarinians have them. They're our allies. I don't see a need for us to bother with holding on to them. But I'm also working as a representative of Earth in this matter. I don't think that us holding him in and of himself is going to do much. But I have my superiors to answer to. And since I'm representing the Earth on this matter, I have to maintain their perspective stance. So if we can, I don't know if they will, if they believe that the Earth, I am fine with your plan, children. I think it makes sense. But I do worry that the Rasganjans will act rashly in response to it.
Given how the
Well, it's pretty
Rasganjans...
clear that the Rasganjans are not negotiating in good faith at all. So I know that this can't and shouldn't be said during the actual diplomatic interactions, but fuck what they want.
Honestly, the Rasganjans have acted rashly in the past either way. That is essentially their MO. Speaking as a rash person, I know it when I see it.
The thing about Rasganjans is their policies, they are rash individual planets, but they're not always. This glassing of planets policy is really unlike them. Like, actually outright destroying races has not been something Rasganjan has done in the past. And I really need to know why. Getting them to stop that, and the lives, if we can't stop the armies as it is now, getting them to stop destroying planets outright is a good step to being able to slowing them down. And figuring out what's changed in their society to get them back to the negotiating table. And maybe find another way to distract them.
Right. When did the glassing of planets start?
That we do know.
They started since you guys defeated King Rasganjan.
Okay.
I do believe I heard that. I heard that his daughter, a term I'm a little confused about actually, because as far as I know, they don't have that. But I
Daughters?
heard, yes. Well, either way, it doesn't really matter. His successor
Mhm.
appears to be somewhat unorthodox for a Rasganjan. So it would explain why that just started happening.
Mm. That would help. What do you know of her?
Very little, apart from some familial relationship, apparently. And I must admit, I didn't pay a lot of attention when Gaia talked about how Rasganjans reproduce. We know that she's related to King Rasganjan, who, despite his aggression, seems to be a fairly typical representative of his species, and apparently is considered strange for her species, which I suppose she doesn't seem any less aggressive, so I would assume that the manner in which she differs from others of her kind would not as much be with the warlike aspect as well as the honorable aspect. I'm saying she's not an honorable warrior. That
Given
is my
the
assessment.
given the glassing of planets, that seems like it could be a fair assessment. But I mean, if we need to know more about this person, we could get that information from people who are close to her, one way or another.
Okay.
Do you have someone in
There's
mind?
really
What's up?
there's really one most useful piece of information we could know about this person, and that is, are they going to be here today?
Are they
Really,
going
Vanessa?
what?
Are they going to be here today?
Yeah, that would be very important to know. And after that, like, how would we best deal with them?
She is on the delegation, yes. She's leading the delegation as best I can tell. She's decided to come herself.
So, if we are going to meet with the Rasganjans as you've requested of us, we are going to be talking to her.
There's a gentle nod of noting approval.
Okay.
Has she already arrived?
Yes, they arrived earlier. They arrived about the same time we did.
I would assume you've had some intel on the delegation in that case.
I do. I have their motives, their official stance. I've been able to speak with them, but as far as communicating with a Rasganjan outside of the arena, it's usually not very successful.
Well, I think it's time then that we teach these Rasganjans how to duel in the arena of diplomacy.
I guess so.
All right. Well, Galahad, if you could speak to your superiors then about the idea of using King Rasganjan as a bargaining chip to get Earth a position on the Galactic Council, that would be great. And then in the meantime, we can go meet with the Rasganjan delegation and see what we can learn from them.
I'll do what I can. Thank you. Continue.
All right. We will be back later, so go ahead.
Sorry, guys. That was your job to find stuff out. He did not have enough info. What did you want?
We mainly wanted to relay the info and see what like the stance of Earth was on this. So
You want me to? Do you want me to get back in time to tell Dalhad what I found, or just the team?
I think you run into your team as you're going there.
All right.
I mean, we would probably be waiting for Manaline at a place where he could easily find us, so that we don't like run past each other or something in this giant space base.
All right.
Yep, that's not a problem. As you guys are walking out, as he has to make a call, that's when you bump into each other.
Oh, guys, I finally found you.
What's up, man?
Is there like a secluded area that Manaline to put like a white noise generator up so you can?
If you want to set a, I don't know how your white noise generator works, but you can make a space. Yeah.
Is Manaline expressing in character that he wants privacy, or you
Yeah,
just?
he's motioning to. I don't know, some secluded spot he found on the way there to, and like put his like
Is
one.
anybody else getting robots? Because I'm roboting.
I am not.
I'm not.
No.
Okay, well, time to get into the broom closet.
Manaline just puts that finger to his mouth and just motions for.
Okay. Siege, we're
Yeah,
getting
so
you
then
not
I
right
think-
now. That's great.
Yeah, Siege. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
If you
I
can- if
wasn't.
you can-
No, I
there we
was
go.
listening.
Alright.
Okay, we'll proceed.
So if
Go on.
we're ducking into a corner or a closet or whatever, then I think Minnie will, offer her book. Like she'll take it out and just remind everyone that there's a pocket dimension they can go into, and no one else can.
If you think that's safe.
Oh, it's safe. I don't think you've ever been.
I hold on to it last time. I didn't go.
I certainly have not.
Yeah, I
Is
think the only one who's been in here is Gwen. But a lot has changed since the last time you've been here. So I think you'll be pleasant.
Oh, okay. Quick question, Alice. Is and would Gwen know about this? Is Lancelot afraid of ghosts?
No.
Okay.
Gotcha. As you pop into the portal, and there's just that like nice little everybody jumps into the book. There's like since you guys were like hanging out in front of the diplomatic space, as I understand it, for humanity, there's kind of
we
just
found
like
a corner or a closet.
Yeah, some
Okay.
secluded place that we can have a private conversation.
Needless to say, the camera angle now shows that like out from inside there, a shadow comes from outside the door of the humanity display. As you guys pop in there. Okay, we're back inside. How's it going inside the book? What are we talking about?
Alright. Manaline brings out the papers from his storage watch about the orders. One particular he points out the particular interesting order of the rots and the Brita food, which he says indicates that was it the Rasganjans? How you pronounce them? And the Glamazoians are in talks. This all indicates that we got food down to the same place.
That's fascinating because I don't believe they like each other very much.
Yeah, and you wouldn't, especially if you hate each other that much, you wouldn't be ordering food in the same place.
Do you think that? Okay. Do they have any stuff that they can put in food? Do you think that they're trying to poison each other or manipulate each other somehow, or do you think that they are actually just in league with each other and the Rasganjans actually want the king dead.
Well, be fair, I don't know the Sonians how it works. For all we know, there to be a plot to kill the tin, so someone else to take over. When you get some
He
matters of the
isn't king
town,
anymore to begin with.
There's that.
Yeah, but then if he gets free, then he has a train back to the crown. It's not like presidency or prime minister.
Honestly, I did not want to. I don't like saying this since I may have been one of the people to depose him, but we might be better off with him in charge of the Rasganjans than his daughter. At least he did not destroy planets.
That might be true, but don't they have a bogus honor-based society? And he wants to die and fall on his sword, and why would the Rasganjans follow him even if we did give them back? I can't see a situation in which he'd be.
Yeah. Actually, if they didn't care about him, would he act as the shield anyway?
I don't know if they would take him back. He did lose to us in ritual combat, which is dishonorable in itself.
I wonder if there's a way. I wonder if there's a way
I'm
we
not
can.
suggesting that we actually do this. I'm not suggesting that we actually go and make sure that we actually try and get him back in place. I'm just saying it would not be the worst outcome.
Another idea,
I agree.
although it's a long. Sorry, Manny. Another idea is a long shot. Is see if we can get the onions to pay for us not to give him back. That to really mess up their government society if he comes back. Then they might actually give us something to not make sure he.
Honestly, the thing that we need to know most is why did the Rasganjans want him? Is it just, hey, he used to be their king? Is it, hey, it's the father of their ruler? Or is it because us having him is some great insult to them? Whatever that is. And yeah.
I'm inclined to believe it's the latter, because when we found him on the moon base, he was a prisoner of theirs. He was held captive with the rest of the Tarinians, and they were basically just keeping him alive. I couldn't tell you why. As far as finding out why they want him now, why do they want anything? They feel entitled to everything. Everything in the universe is theirs as far as their point of view, and that's what I've been able to understand from what passes for culture. They're fucking space locusts. I know we have to talk with them, and that's part of form, but I think that's just going to be a formality and ultimately a waste of our time. So I'm happy to get that over with and then get back to discussing real options.
Honestly, I am not planning on going to the Rasganjans with my main goal being to talk. If you catch my drift.
By the way, you know that order thing I found out. Has that didn't it really happen, or is it happening right now, or is it a future order?
It'll happen soon. Yes.
Do you want to conveniently trash their dinner and see touch them red-handed and see what's done?
Oh, do you mean the food requests? No, that was past tense then.
Oh, past tense. Damn it! I thought that would be a future.
Well, look, as far as negotiating with our fists, I mean, I would love to yeet Rasganjans all over this fucking station, but we have to consider what Earth gets out of everything we do here, and what the Tarinians get out of it, and what our allies on the council get out of it, which, as far as I know, there are few. But look,
honestly,
this whole time I've been thinking about what the right decisive strike is, and it's not very heroic, and it's not a good thing. But if we have an opportunity here to make a change with violence, then I think the target is King Rasganjan's daughter, not King Rasganjan.
I agree.
Honestly, I don't think it necessarily needs to be violent in a physical sense. Because you say using our fists, I don't think you caught my drift there. I want to shake hands with this ruler of theirs, and maybe we can get some more information out of her that way.
Yeah.
If we end up thinking, okay, we need to enact violence upon her, I think doing it in such a way that is not recognizable to the other parties might be a good idea, because we don't want to diminish Earth's diplomatic capacity and validity in any sense. I'm pretty sure we can all agree on that. But
Definitely.
if you, by any chance, were to completely overwrite her memories, I don't think I would necessarily find that all that terrible.
Yeah, if you think that's going to be valuable, I'm down with that.
I don't like it, but
I don't like it either, but the alternative is seeing more planets and with billions of people living on them get turned to glass and completely destroyed of all life on them. And honestly, I don't want to wait for that.
all right.
So should we don't meet this? We keep this as the plan scene. Don't meet this destroyer of worlds.
Let's go.
Out with the book.
Okay. All right, out of the book. So, you got to clarify your plan here is you guys plan to go visit Princess Rasganjan and mind wipe her, and right? Is that what I'm
I'm
saying?
not sure. I'm not sure about the mind wipe.
Retrocognize her and then erase her memory of it.
Um,
Okay.
Before you do that, wait for this. Wait for. You might want to check to see if you have any detection against that sort of thing. Because I would have that sort of protection. If
I
was a
did not hear
warrior.
a single word of that. You're talking really fast, and your mic is
I
not strong.
apologise. You might want to check for any protection against that before you try, because they might have some sensors or something.
I
You
could
just
not understand you. I'm
warning
sorry.
me.
Can you type it out for me real quick? Sorry about that. Okay. Sure. They might. That's the thing. You're right. We'll have to see. Forward we go.
Yep.
All right, so you guys are making your way to the Rasganjan Hall. The Rasganjan Hall is this very, it feels like they brought in their own little like projection things. Like they love to use like hard light energy as just setup. Like while their halls, they don't necessarily like to have tons of objects. Most of their stuff is always in like weird various shape. They do have like crystals that kind of like line their different buildings. Christ. I swear I'll be able to communicate at some point. And then they make their way down the hall. You guys make your way down the hall, and this is they've got this like big setup. The Princess Rasganjan is sitting in her throne that has been pre-designed for her. If you guys remember, they always have these nice like elevated top stotch, and she's got a swarm of guards standing in front of the gate as you walk in there, and they're gonna all look at you, and she's like, "Is it Thank you. Come in. They you get introduced by the Rolling Stone that you remember before. He's the announcer who introduces you forward. The delegation from Earth for unpronounceable name, Princess Rasganjan, Lord of all, Queen Rasganjan, sorry. Oh, and he does a long bow, and then he steps to the side as he lets you guys go forward.
Right.
Mhm.
What does she look like?
She is a very tall, slender figure that just kind of has these like round, cylindrical, like hexagonal, like eruptions that come from the various portions of from around her shoulders. They just kind of like create this like conal arc that comes from the back of it. She's got like gray eyes with no like irises. The in their true form that this one is tending to stand in. She's got very, very pale skin, nearing white.
Greetings.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Thank you. You. Now, what can I do for the delegation of Earth? If you are here to present my father as a gift to us, we will accept it. And as promised, we will continue to stop glassing your planets.
First of all, we would like to formally and properly introduce ourselves so that you may know who stand before you. And Gwen walks forward, outstretches a hand, and says, my name is Gwendolyn Duluck. I am known as Capitan. I am one of the big team. We shake hands on our planet.
We do not on mine.
How do you greet each other on your planet?
This is how you have been greeted.
Fair enough.
Are there any other Rasganjans in the room?
There are a wall of Rasganjans in the room. She's
Fantastic.
like she's like on a throne behind like a wall of Rasganjans.
Okay. In that case, I probably can't even get close to the shaker. Exchange looks with Minnie, like kind of like.
Well, if introductions have begun, Sir Lancelot Duluck of the Knights of the Round Table. I was previously briefly but intensely acquainted with your father. It's nice to meet you as well.
I'm glad that you met my father. I'm most assured to get him returned to our kingdom. Empire.
What is it that you wish to see your father return for? Hey, Siege.
Yep. Sorry,
Did-
everyone's going robot so often. It's so I don't
Okay.
know what it is.
Unfortunate. What is it that you would like to see your father return for?
My father is to be returned to Rasganjan prison as he was. Earth, as I see, has stole him from us to begin with, and as it is, we would like our property returned. Thank you. Our prisoner as it is. I do not believe he goes under any other restrictions than his falsifications against Rasganjan honor.
So, just to clarify, my name's Manaline, by the way, of the big team. You wish to keep him as a prisoner?
Yes. We wish to return him to his prison cell.
To what end?
Excuse me?
To what end? You want to return him to prison to languish and do nothing?
He is nothing. He has failed in combat. He is not dead, so therefore he is nothing.
Then why does he matter to you so much if he's nothing?
Because him being a king and being monitored around and paraded as some tool is disgraceful to our kingdom.
But he's not a king. You just said he's nothing.
He calls himself a king still. Do you not hear his
I can
name?
I can call myself a king. Doesn't make me a king.
And
I'm sorry.
does your family if you were to call yourself king, would your kingdom not destroy you immediately as dishonoring your kingship?
Calling yourself a king doesn't give you a kingdom. If it were that easy, everybody would do it. I'm just failing to understand your intent and logic here. We're about to enter a tense negotiation, and a lot of lives are at stake. And quite frankly, none of us know what the fuck you want.
Quite frankly, I don't know what the fuck you want. You say that you can't say anything and become something, but what you say is what you become. That is what we do. That is what we are. We become what we need at will.
Oh. That makes sense. You can shapeshift. You can become what you need to become at will.
So when someone claims to be a king in our kingdom, they are a king, and they are throwing off the rules of our society as he has failed to maintain his kingship. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like that you leave my presence if you continue to insult me and declare yourself.
Listen, you'd say that you are a queen of the Rasganjans.
I am Gwen.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, I am Empress of the Galaxy. So you better bow down before me.
Empress of the Galaxy, is it? Interesting. Do you mock us with your words? Or are you willing to back up your claim?
Sorry, Halo. I didn't realize that was actually what you were.
It's all good. MLT my villain. Go for it.
I will MOT you at this rate. Jeez. I mean, if you want, we can just wind it back with your memory wipe.
Yeah, that got out of hand.
Okay.
I mean, you let many talk to Rasganjans. That's it was gonna get out.
Yeah, but they're dreadful.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I had a plan, but it's kind of like fell apart when it was like, oh yeah, there's like tons of Rasganjans between you and the queen, so it's kind of made it hard. I still do have a plan that is not this. So
well, I mean, this is where we're at.
We're committed now.
There's no turning back. You've declared yourself Empress of the Galaxy.
How do you propose that I prove this?
There's only one way Rasganjans handle matters of such delay.
And that is?
Sorry, big thing. Big thunderstorm. Yeah, no, fight. Absolutely. Battle to the death in the rain of Rasganja.
Of Rasganja?
Mm-hmm.
Now why would we do this on Rasganja?
As it is known that Rasganjan is center of the galaxy.
Stares at the camera. We are rather far from Rasganja, right? But sure, we'll settle this in the ring on Rasganja.
Mhm. Very well.
Can I get a copy of the rules of engagement?
Mhm.
So since we are dueling in such case, then
Mhm.
we shouldn't just be dueling just simply by only Rasganjan standards.
Are there? Okay.
There are other rules of engagements. There are Avalonian standards to be upheld.
I do not direct Avalonian.
Isn't that right, Sir Lancelot?
Yes, it is correct that Avalonian society has a fairly strict set of rules regarding duels and such engagements. I am technically credited to witness such things.
So, since you are the one challenging me to a duel,
I believe you challenged my queenship, madam.
oh, I do not challenge that you are queen of the Rasganjans.
Mm-hmm.
I challenge that you are the highest authority.
You are challenging my authority. I do not understand the difference.
And that is why you will never rise higher.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
Yeah.
Continue with your claim.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean to steal mini spotlight here. I was just kind of like riffing off. So I didn't want to do that. So
Oh, well, we're in war.
I mean, my other plan was to have to ask Manaline to teleport Gwen to the Queen, do like the retrocognition, teleport back, and then do the mind wipe. If we could do that, but
I
She
think
can't do that without being noticed.
Yeah.
I
So-
presume, like I wanted to like check with Minnie like whether she could mind wipe this many people.
No, it's one person at a time.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So we don't tell Daha that you basically declared dueling war.
So, with the declaration that war will that she's requested that war handle, she has sent off one of her retinue, and her retinue person has gone after a while and ran out really quickly. And as the debate goes on, she's going to come back with Sagittarius.
Okay.
Portal will open up as Sagittarius has agreed to this. Galahad is standing behind Sagittarius, irate.
I make a face at Galahad like this was not what I had planned.
Manaline has the face. Don't look at me. She's the one who opened her mouth.
Mm-hmm. The portals are open up, and welcome to the. And if you're willing to step through it, Gwen, you're free to step through it.
Oh, it's happening right now with you.
Okay, on my own, or is everybody coming with in that
I
case?
wanted to check with Joe. Is it 1-on-1 or are the people allowed to?
Are you? That's not. No, it is a one-on-one duel.
All right then.
If Gwen is Empress of the Galaxy, there can only be one Empress of the Galaxy.
I mean,
It's
I
not
guess
a
the stakes
singular.
are really high.
God damn it.
Okay. Yes, I didn't mean to steal like mini spotlight at the time. I didn't. I don't know if this was like meant to be a mini personal progression story thing, because as far as I was, it
No,
wasn't.
no,
No.
I was
It
just like,
wasn't that.
okay, Minnie has been talking a lot with like the previous two delegations, so I was like, kind of trying to insert myself perhaps a bit more, and I guess I overdid it, judging by everybody's reactions.
Well,
Fine,
to be
Darcy.
I mean, I don't mind that it happened as much as there's like we're directionless now, and I definitely had a
Don't worry.
direction.
Okay, what was the direction that you wanted to go in? Because maybe I can use that instead.
Okay.
Uh,
We're going to wrap this
I
up.
don't think
a
it
little bit.
matters.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
going to push this forward so that we're going to keep staying on this concerts because the scene are happening here. Gwen,
Right.
if you're okay, step through the portal, and she's going to step through her own portal.
I mean, I kind of want to first hear like what Halo's plan was, if that's okay.
I don't mind telling you, but I defer to Siege because it sounds like Siege wants to move the scene forward, and
Okay.
do
I
wanna
don't
move
think
this
I don't think it makes
Okay.
sense to retcon the last 10 minutes. I think that's nuts. So let's play it
Oh,
out.
okay. Okay. No, I figured maybe there's a way to implement it still, but okay. Yeah, sure. You know what? Sure, I'll go for it. I'll step through.
Okay. So you guys step through. And
I mean, there's like really high stakes here, and there is a chance that if
the stakes are actually going to be very low because I'm not going to actually let you make a roll on this. You're going to come back in a moment later having lost. But
okay,
you get to tell me entirely what cheating way she used that you could not have possibly beaten.
okay, okay. What ways did she definitely not cheat in? Was it still 1-on-1? Because I could totally have foreseen it just being like, "Hey, I'm king of the Rasganjans on my home turf, so I'm calling in more Rasganjans."
I actually, if you want my headcanon, she's standing in the middle of the Rasganjan ring, and she calls down a laser from the sky and just decimates you by literally orbital bombarding you.
That seems completely fair. Yes.
No, it's the opposite, Gwen.
If you were, which is totally not traditional Rasganjan protocol.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
That seems fair, and that's a good way to move it forward.
All right. Cool. So we're gonna step back from that clay.
So Emma just passed out at this point, basically.
You get thrown back into the room, passed out. Yes.
I really, really wish I could use my moment of truth there to make sure she wins.
I rush over and I pick Gwen up and I carry Gwen over to Galahad.
Well, her reign was short as the Empress of the Universe, or Darcy, whatever it was.
I guess I glare at Manaline, but you can't see because I'm still wearing the fucking veil. Manaline, shut up.
You can hear me sigh.
All right. Cool. So, what Galahad is going to excuse us, Queen Rasganjan, and she's going to he's going to grab Gwen and Lancelot and bring them out of the room. What do you think you guys were doing?
I don't know. Gwen had an idea and went with it before I could object. I believe her plan was to. The Rasganjans, being a shape-shifting race, believe that seeming or proclaiming to be something is being, and Gwen was trying to use this to her advantage by claiming to be Queen of the Universe. I don't know what happened in the duel, but evidently she lost.
Okay. Yeah, that's good information. We'll be able to use that at least in some. I hope let's get her to the med bay, make sure she's fine. maybe she'll be able to give us something by the end of the meeting. And we're going to go ahead and jump to the meeting now into the future. If you guys had something you would want to have done in the time between now and the meeting, please tell me.
Do you want me to assess the situation from all Manaline's research into how Earth and basically the mushroom? Oh, I can't remember the name. The mushroom people
Tarinians?
basically Tarinians basically living sort of side by side with the non-spacefaring Earthlings.
Yes. Go ahead and give me assess. I don't think. Yeah, it's an assess situation.
Yeah, can you roll it for me?
Yes, I can. Do you remember what the rules are for that?
Sorry, I want to take my phone down.
Okay. All right then. So you got a 12. Manaline, you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm on push to talk, so I can't. It's hard to browse. So I got 12. All right, I'll probably use my criminal mind first. And
You lose your criminal mind first.
what here is useful or valuable to me?
You found a cool you found the mushroom.
Everyone.
Awesome. Okay.
So
back.
I lost connection for a bit.
Oh no, did we lose them?
I don't know. There we
I'm
go.
still here.
Okay. No, Darcy and yeah.
I'm still here.
Cool. Okay. All right. So you find a galactic policy that you'll be able to tell me at some point that will be relevant to the debate that comes up. I don't have a specific one that you find, but you're free to just make one up and tell it to me that fits the scenario. Okay, Hidden?
All right, here. All right. What here's the biggest threat?
The biggest threat is Rasganjans. As kind of expressly stated earlier, they are absolutely the biggest threat available in this situation. They have more. There needs to be a way to get them to stop their empire from continually gas, and a diplomatic solution is what's trying to be worked out here from destroying Earth. Many suggestions so far has been to ally with the Galactic Council and get them to submit their army to the cause in order to try to get the situation under their control. Tell me if I'm wrong, Vinny, please.
That was ultimately the goal, but we're not in a position to secure that because we couldn't get concrete assurance from Earth, the League, to give to the Tarinians. So I mean, you tell me if the Tarinians are going to be cooperative in good faith, but I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah. And then Hidden. So you got one last question.
What here can I use to force the Galactic Council to commit their armies or navy or whatever?
What here can you use?
Yeah.
I think the sway of getting that to happen would require a overwhelming. If you can get like it would be getting a Galactic Council member here. If you can find a way to get one here, for sure, like an actual member, not just Shifri, who's just kind of like who is on her own planet, a star, but not on the actual Galactic Council for them. If you can get someone there here, then you can do that.
So basically, if we get someone on the directed council, they can get the directed council to commit their armies.
Correct.
Do
I
we
think
have
I
anyone
have-
on the Galactic Council?
I feel I have a plan of attack.
Okay. Cool. All right then. So we're gonna go ahead and jump to the meeting that happened earlier today. The planned meeting. Gwen is available to be awake, but not in the best state, being set at the back of the room, if that's okay. Cool. And what we're gonna set up is everybody else is gonna be in this room.
Could Minnie not be in that room, or is
Absolutely not.
she remanded there?
If you would, he would have requested you be in here. But if you have chosen to not be in there, that's your call.
No, if she's been summoned, she'll go.
Okay. All right. The whole council had been requested. You've been sat behind Galahad on this. And I'm not going to read off a transcript because there's a lot of stuff and we are short on time. That did take significantly longer than I was expecting it to.
Yeah.
And I may have thrown too much. But as what the course of the conversation goes on, there is a lot of fast talking, and people seem to be taking their time and making their individual arguments about what would be best for the Empire, and that Rasganjans should agree to should stop their activity, and a lot of condemning of Rasganjans' policies, while Rasganjan does tend to just back it off of like you guys in what army, like the Galactic Council doesn't necessarily get that. But the Tarinians make their point of consistently like, well, if they're not going to listen to us anyways and not give us anything for it, we should just execute them now because this is what's best for us. And if the Galactic Council isn't going to get involved and they're just going to hold on to them as a bargaining chip for a long-term policy that Tarinians aren't never going to get to speak in, it doesn't matter. They just want what's best for them. The League is going to maintain their argument for the most part, but do like press that like unity between the three factions here that aren't Rasganjan is going to be the best action. They should just go ahead and get their plans. That he should be kept there. It should be kept on Glamazonia. And actually, so the synopsis. Okay. All right. And as we end up here at the end of this scenario, as they keep like stating most of the points you've already heard, it seems like they're struggling to like come in. There's not really any headways being made. But I believe either Minnie or Hidden had a moment that they want to come in.
Yeah. Basically, Manaline will try and find a moment for him to permission to talk.
You would not be given one. Like
Then
you
how
are
can
not. You're an 8 at the table. You would have to make one.
Basically, I'm passing my plan to was it Dowhand to yeah. Basically, I'm on trying to get Dowhand to let me talk because he has a plan to someone on the directed council to help by getting someone on the directed council. Because the way I understand it, each species has a represented on the director council, and that's what we need for the army, right?
Okay. So what would your plan be then? How would you like to do that?
Dad, he whispered to Dad, I need a moment to talk. I think we haven't. I have a plan that us on the directed council.
If I under okay. Sorry, Manaline, I'm really having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Same, to be honest.
I can't
Sorry.
actively understand a full sentence from you.
Sorry.
I'm able to get in bits. I don't know if it's your microphone or
I
what
can't
it
speak.
is.
Sorry. Basically,
Uh,
he's trying to ask Dan to get an opportunity to speak because he thinks he can get from the director council.
I believe you asked for an opportunity to speak to get
Yeah.
Someone from Earth on the Galactic Council, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So Galahad will look for put that he'll ask for a break, and they'll take a short 5-10 minute break, and we'll keep this up in the room. So yes, I know we needed a person on the Galactic Council. What is it like? Have you guys have a plan to get an Earth member on the council? Because it doesn't seem to be going so hot in there.
All right. I like to use my free policy mating tool.
What?
You remember on the
Okay.
situation that you gave me a free. I can set a policy.
Gotcha. Okay.
I like to for setting this. For being a director council, you have to be considered a spacefaring race.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Right.
I like to set the policy that outlines some of the major conditions for being a spacefaring race, such as being in diplomatic talks with a spacefaring race, being in trade with a spacefaring race, and so on.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you.
Yeah. And just happens happens where we're in diametric talks with the Tarinians because they're living on a parallel Earth to us.
Right.
Plus, plus, technically, we're sort of living together on the same planet, but not quite. We're sort of parallel adjacent, so it's very complicated. But I think that can fly for. We're living together as well. For trade, they have a supply. I happen to know they've been killing alligators, right? So they have a supply of alligator meat and skin.
I'm really having trouble hearing you. I heard that. So you're saying that there's trade, between the Tarinians and Earth because they're on it. You're claiming that the Tarinians are another planet at the same time.
They're both sort of sharing a planet and a different planet, and we're basically living together and at the same time we're trading with them and having diplomatic talks. So we're basically, even though they're in another dimension, we're sort of in a position to actually trade and have diplomacy with them in an unusual situation, which is sort of a legal loophole. Because normally you wouldn't have that sort of thing on a spacefaring situation.
Is anyone hearing this a little clearer than I am? I'm having a lot of trouble understanding.
No, I really cannot understand most of what's being said.
I'll turn on my computer, I hope it doesn't explode.
Sure.
My apologies for this. I'm really, really sorry for slowing this down. One fast as I.
It's okay. I mean, it's, using a phone is not optimal. But yeah, could you type it out rather than, I don't know. I know you're saying a lot of stuff, so maybe it's long, but that might take less time than repeating yourself a fourth time.
Yep. Well, in the meantime, while they're typing that out, we can just go ahead and talk. I know I do kind of sense a vibe in the air here. While we're waiting for that to talk out. Does anyone have anything they want to get off the goal?
All right, about my computer, I don't have long to talk to. I'm afraid this thing will explode, and I don't have very good typing skills.
All right, do it.
Is this better?
It's
Yes.
better. Yes, significantly.
Damn, I can't actually hit. Why?
Hello?
Hello?
Did everyone disconnect?
No, I'm here.
I'm still
Can you hear
here.
me?
Alrighty. Oh,
Testing.
Yep.
All right,
Hello?
so I apologize for that. It just looked really weird. Basically is he's exploiting a legal loophole in that you must have diplomatic relations with a race. We have that on a steady thing. We're trading with them because they have they have alligator meat and skin that we can trade for.
Okay.
And we're sort of living together in the same system, and we're supporting each other. We're supporting their construction of their new planet. So there's trade of workers and so on. So basically, in the legal loophole, normally this wouldn't happen, but because it's a separate planet, but it's all together, it's sort of we are trading them. So it makes the legal definition for being a spacefaring race.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is okay. So you are a spacefaring race, and you're saying that being a spacefaring race means you should be on the council.
But yeah, basically because we're trading with this group, we're building them and so on. And when to use a moment of truth for this, because it's a legal loophole because they're in another dimension. Knowing this in the policy, they didn't account for one of the races being in another dimension for us. So it's a loophole they didn't see coming.
Okay, I don't need you to use a moment of truth.
Does the logic stand?
The logic misses a few points, but I think I can make it to work.
I apologize for this.
But that's fine. I'm fine with that. Being a spacefaring race is
meeting this criteria, and we're meeting it technically by
Right.
the groups who they didn't suspect.
to receive an option onto the Galactic Council. But the Tarinians already had one. But I think the fact is that they're now a coalition of 2 planets is the nuance that you're going for,
Yeah,
so
that
that
as
they
well.
deserve to be a larger space of the Galactic Council, and therefore they can get a larger member.
Yeah.
And therefore should have a larger vote on the Galactic Council,
Yeah.
and are therefore so the end here is you've got all that sway, right? Now the question I want to ask you is, what do you want to happen with that? Where do you want King Rasganjan to go? Because that is the crux here. Like, that's the debate that they're having, is where he goes.
Do the rest of you guys want to chime in here? Because I can get the armies, which will help. This will help get the armies raised for Earth, so Earth won't get immediately steamrolled. So, where do you guys think he should go?
I personally believe the Glamazonian plan is optimal. Gwen, Minnie?
Oh yeah, we never did actually manage to find out why the Glamazoians were talking with them, were they?
No, we know why they want him.
Yeah, the Glamazonian plan is probably best.
Okay. All right. So then you guys will offer to put him on Glamazonia and get sway there. Okay. So as seems perfect, I can't see any reason that this wouldn't work, and this should be good. Galahad would walk out there with this information absolutely 100% ready to start in there. But like as he starts talking and he makes his parade, you can kind of like see that there's this like, or actually only in particular Minnie starts. This is what Minnie will end up seeing. We'll take this from Minnie's perspective. As the debate starts going on, and he comes in and makes his policy that he would normally make, there's no problem with it. Like everyone seems to be nodding along until like Honey just takes one moment, pauses, and then it starts out and says, "That's not enough. Tarinians are their own people." And like Minnie's seeing these like various hieroglyphs just like start scattering through the little mushroom eyes that go through her face. And as they have that debate going down, that like spew of just like violent her speech about her, that no, Tarinian are more than just, they're not just Earthlings. How dare they accuse them? They're stealing what is Tarinian by declaring us part of Earth. There's this motive of just like them going around the table, like each of them just reverting back into their previous arguments. As these like hieroglyphic eyes start changing into their various forms with each of them in this, each of the different members of the station. Minnie gets a moment. She looks and recognizes that everybody else in your group seems to be noticing this, which is not normal. Normally this happens, but it's not in your face. Minnie, what would you do here?
So just like before, Halo has context for this, but Minnie does not. So does Minnie get an inkling? Do I have to make a roll for her to suss out what is happening, or what do you want to do here?
I don't think you need to make her roll. I mean, okay. So you say Minnie has.
You tell me what Minnie knows.
Okay, so
this scenario.
I would say that Minnie would know this because, like, she spent time at the books in your sanctum. Like, that's how I read this, and that's why I was like going this. Like, I figured that there was script of whatever Alistar's language was in this sanctum. As like he has to have a records book that he keeps of the people's souls he takes, which I believe you said he did. And this is like you were able to work that out, but he had to have it written in a bizarre language.
Okay, yeah. I mean, every book in the library is a soul, and like in my head, it was written in whatever their native language is. But because it's Minnie's library, she can read all the books.
Right. Okay, so then in your case, everybody else would be seeing those hieroglyphics, and the audience would be. But I guess then to work out for your narrative, then everyone, Minnie would in fact be reading like Alistair's like chapters from your own book, I would say is the best way.
From Minnie's book personally?
Minnie's book personally, yes.
Okay.
So like these scripts that would start going, you would stuff you already know that has happened in your life and sections that you've read when you read your own book. Like that would be what you would be being able to read out.
Okay. Where is King Rasganjan now?
King Rasganjan is probably still in his cell.
Okay, he's not here. He's not in the room.
They would not have brought him into the room. No, that does.
Okay. I think Minnie gets out of her seat and she grabs Manaline and she indicates for him to follow her out of the room.
Manaline does.
So they go to the hallway. I mean, I don't know how long it takes. Maybe Gwen and Elle have a chance to react here. Like Minnie's, she's being discreet, but she's not invisible, right? So it's not like they wouldn't notice her leaving.
If I can come along, I will.
Okay. Minnie doesn't stop you or ask you to stay, but you know she doesn't wait for you either. But yeah, she gets out into the hall, and you know she grabs Manaline.
Your ship. Can you use your ship to hack into the station's computers?
Yeah, I can do that. I need to get back there, but if it...
Go do that now. Lock down the entire station.
All right then. Manaline will Manaline will double time it back to his ship. He'll teleport if it's necessary. If Minion thinks it's necessary.
Do you still have your powers?
Yeah, he tricked the Finn so he can take it off at any time. Or
Cool. Okay. I mean, yeah.
right, Manaline will
Faster's
take a
better.
short cut towards his ship then.
Okay. Give me an unleash your powers.
For hacking the station or getting back.
We'll do it for hacking the station.
It doesn't matter. So I'm using my ship, so I use superior, but it's just the same anyway.
Mhm.
So I did.
I mean,
I'm
you
using
have
my
any-
ship. I don't want to know a spaceship inside, so it doesn't matter really.
gotcha. Okay. Cool. All right. So you're using your ship. You're hacking the station. To I believe you said to get King Rasganjan in the room.
You wanted to lock down the station and bleed White Mini?
Right. Lockdown.
Right.
Cool.
That's correct.
Okay. Minnie, what is Minnie doing while that's going on?
Okay. So since L is in the hallway, Minnie will nod and acknowledge.
Solid, but I am still at your disposal.
Yeah.
Minnie, do you want to help?
We can do it on the way.
That seems to be standing there, and she's but we'll go with Heady Hair. It's still there, even though never mind. Heady Hair's there, and you can see that.
Hello, Siege.
Sorry.
Hello, Siege.
Hello. Welcome
Hi.
back.
Mhm.
Or I mean, if you have a sword already, then Minnie will make you a shield. How about that?
Okay.
So since Head
You
of
still have
Hair
the
is
veil, though,
speaking,
so
I do have the veil, yes. I'll fight with the veil. It's alright.
All right.
If I get the sword and shield, I will get in between the head of hair and the rest and just
Mhm.
try and stay in between them and keep the others safe so they can do what they need to do.
Well, I think she goes to the edge of his cage or his cell, and she knocks on the glass.
Hey, wake up.
Little fiery one. Have you come to be my executioner?
Not today, King. I'm here to get you out of here.
Looks at you weird.
Is you weird?
Mhm.
Mhm. My question for you is, what will you do with it if I set you free?
I will take my place. I am tired of letting my daughter have her way. She has shown that she is not Rasganjan.
How do you plan on taking your place? Do you think your people will just welcome you back?
I have at least one I know that I can trust.
Fine. That'll have to do.
Is there a console here? How would Minnie go about setting King Rasganjan?
Boop, 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 boop. If you want to use your magic to do so, make that hacking reasonable since I know she has no tech knowledge. That's fine by me. If you want to make a freak roll to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's brute force, like she's just breaking the lock. She doesn't have the patience or the finesse for this, but if that would do it, I'll make a freak roll.
Go ahead and make a freak roll. Unless you, yep.
Not a single fail.
All right, not a problem then. It just snaps, cracked, glass resends massively. All right, how are we getting out of here?
Does your one person have a way to get you off of this station?
I shall ask. Let's meet with Rawling then. I believe you would be on this delegation.
Oh, we can't do that. That would put you in harm's way. So I have a better idea. I was hoping to avoid this, but
Minnie will mark her doom track and open a portal to Manaline's ship.
And he scrunches down, barely fitting in. Ah. Unfortunate. No, yeah. Oh, okay. Hello.
Did he land in the bridge?
Yes. In the smallest of chairs that will like break underneath him.
I'm going to be wanted throughout the galaxy now.
Well,
All right.
I apparently already am. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as we're gonna go back to you and Hetty Hair fighting, the situation you really discovered is you are now need to find a way to break a mind control temporarily from Hetty Hair.
But also, like I would have, like the portal's there, right? Minnie and Elle are in the same room, so I, like in my head, Elle sees and hears all this happening, so Elle can come through the portal. I mean, Head of Hair may try and stop her, but Minnie's not going to leave her behind.
Gotcha.
Works. If the portal stays for a bit, I think Elle would try and remove try and find a way to remove the mind control. But if it looks like it's disappearing, she'll go through it.
Gotcha. Okay. It doesn't look like it's disappearing, and they would try to like hold you to keep all of you guys held in the room. I think that would be like if there's a portal to jump in, and they're gonna try to like they can't stop Minnie from jumping in, but they could stop you if you because since you're kind of like locked in combat at the moment, you could probably get away, but they would try to stop you. And
yeah, okay. I'm going to try and stay for a bit and try and help Hetty Hair out.
Okay, how do you want to do that?
Let's see. There's like weird stuff happening to her eyes, right? Their eyes?
Their eyes, yeah.
And apart from that, everything else looks normal?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a Glamazoian, so super speed and super strength are on their list of powers as well.
Yeah.
But Hetty Hair seems to have some sort of like hair manipulation that they're able to use to just like whip and grab people with.
Okay. I have a question to you that I don't really know the answer to because I never really thought about it. My sword is magic. It can cut through nearly anything. Can it only can I make it only selectively cut things and not other things?
I would say no, based on the amount of history you've discussed about your character always being frustrated about being a tool for destruction.
That makes sense. Let's see. In that case, can I just try and get her, fight her to the point of such frustration that the fighting becomes more emotion than reason, and maybe Alistair won't have as much control over that.
All right, so I missed the middle part, but I'm gonna take a guess. And you said I'm trying to get a rise in Hetty Hair so that Hetty Hair can maintain control, get away from Alistair for a moment.
Yes.
Cool. All right.
That's what I'd like to try and do.
All right, that sounds like a provoke.
All right. I can't provoke. I can only threaten.
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 So, yeah. I want to. So, threaten says, say what you want them to do and roll plus superior. What I want them to do is fight me like they actually want to, and not because because they're being possessed and by a creature telling them to fight me.
Perfect. Okay. Make that roll.
It's an 8. On a hit, they either do it or are put at a significant disadvantage against me.
I think that's both. But yes, I think they do it and they're put at a significant disadvantage for you. I will give you both. Because what's going to happen is like Hetty Hair is going to just like erupt, is like, what the fuck? And then she's going to like, I'm going to try and like, whoa! How dare you? I'm the best Glamazoian. And like I'll crush anyone who tries to challenge me. Ow! And wow, that's just gotten weird. And the hair is just gonna like whiplash, and it's just like it tries to strangle you, and the eyes will like flutter back a little bit as you just do a quick cut and zoom through. And then you're able to like zoom away as like the momentary freeze of just like them getting momentarily controlled. Free breaks out, and you're able to make it out. I guess. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Cool. All right. And you guys make it through the portals. You're all back in the spaceship.
Great.
And where in the spaceship is this?
Manaline ship. In the cargo bay.
Perseverance.
Okay, what's...
How do we want to get Gwen in here since we left Gwen behind? Since Darcy had to head out.
I mean, I don't know where you left me behind, so...
Back in the council room. The debate room.
Get over here, or maybe Manaline teleported Gwen as well. I don't know.
Works for me. Portal drops him in. Okay, Minnie, what did you want to do here? You had a plan.
Manaline, let's go. We have to give King Rasganjan back to his.
If you're sure, all right. Is there anything stopping the ship from taking off?
I don't know. You hacked the station. I barely know how to turn on a computer.
Yeah. Asking the GM, otherwise we'll punch it.
So while Manaline is getting ready to get us the fuck out of here, I think Minnie goes to like disembark the ship, and
Okay.
she's going to take out the necklace that Rhiannon gave her that shuts off all of her powers, and she's going to put it on, and hopefully that stops Alistar, because it has in the past. And she's going to wait to be apprehended and explain the situation to the League.
Gotcha. Okay. So you guys just kind of flew off the station and waited. All right. Is that what I got? Tell me I'm wrong here, Minnie.
I mean,
Halo.
Minnie wants everyone else to take King Rasganjan to his people.
Oh,
wherever.
okay. You jumped off the ship and waited.
Right. She's going to get off before they leave so that she can buy them time to do that. Right. She wants.
Gotcha.
They're going to want to blame somebody, and she's gonna take the heat for this.
Gotcha. All right. So that will happen. I have no problem with that happening. That seems like a very good thing, as long as everybody else is cool with that happening.
Yeah.
And what I think will happen is, like, as the ship goes off and flies off into space, Minnie's just kind of standing there putting on the necklace, and it doesn't disappear right away. Alistar's a little bit more in control than that this time. So what you're seeing happen across from you is like one of the scientist nerds on the station kind of comes up and walks to you and looks at you and says, so you're ready for the end, aren't you? Have you gotten to the end of the book, Minnie? You know?
I'm not going to read the end. I don't care how many times you ask me about it.
Why not? It'll be more fun for me to tell you exactly. I could tell you what happened, but it's more fun for you to learn it yourself, dear. If you won't read
Not
it,
interested.
well, highlights are always the best part, if you ask me. Here's the highlights, dear.
Minnie will throw this person away from her. Unfortunately, not with powers, but she's gonna like kick them in the groin or.
Perfect. All right, so you kick him in the groin, he falls down. And then Alistair creates an illusion of himself, which I picture as just kind of like this half goat satyr like figure. If you've got another Alistair, I didn't read that anywhere.
I've got a picture somewhere. I can dig it out for you.
Would you mind?
Yeah, just give me a minute.
As he creates an illusion of himself that you've seen him create a few times, as illusions are what he likes to do. Dear, you can't get rid of me that easy, dear. I'm more than just the books. The thing about your book, and this is why your book is my favorite book, is that in the end, when
Minnie
you
will
walk-
start singing over everything Alistar is saying, and she will not listen to anything that he says.
and
And if you would let me jam hard and rock out, I'll take it. But if not, that's fine.
I'm totally fine with you jamming hard and rocking out. If you would also like, we can also have the audience hear it. Or do we want to not? That's up to Halo.
I would rather not. I would rather preserve the mystery.
Fair enough. Okay. So as that's going to be the scene that ends up with there, we will end there from like jumping off as eventually like everyone else on the ship is going to on the station is going to like depower and demodify. I say end. We've still got a few more minutes to go through. And I think the time would like there'd be a couple flash scenes of you guys getting yelled at by Galahad for frustrations that happened here. Of just like you keep making problems and you keep just diving headlong in without dealing with the consequences first. Planning ahead, and then Minnie's dark side is getting out. She's throwing her own counsels. Like it gets revealed as the course of time passes that like
I mean, I think Minnie would be upfront about all of that. She would, like I said, she stood behind expressly to take the heat. So she's going to like full disclosure. And basically, she kind of wants to be locked up at this point because she can't keep Alistar in her head, and that's a problem.
Okay. I think you want to play that scene out, don't you?
I mean, we can. I don't know if there's enough time because we still have end of session, and you know, there may be some post credit stuff that needs to happen.
I have some end of session stuff that I'd wanted to do, but we can play it out if that's really where you're. I mean, end of session moves are going to happen, but I can go to 6:15. That was my excess time.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know. I don't have anything specific I want to say. You know, I said it. I think Minnie would be very matter of fact, but it depends who she's talking to. It's Galahad.
Yeah, it would be Galahad that would do the talking here.
Sir Galahad, something very wrong has happened, and our hands are forced. And unfortunately, we have to set King's Gungeon free. Hopefully, it's for the good of the universe. But my condition put everything here at risk. I've stopped my powers for the moment with this necklace, but I don't know how long that's going to hold. So I surrender. I don't know if the League has a way to contain me, but it's gotten too bad now.
Minnie, Minerva, and he's gonna put his hand in like. You're not the first child we've dealt with that's been like this. Powers that throw the world into hell is kind of our job. I just don't blame yourself for everything that happens here.
I don't blame myself. I blame Alistar. And I appreciate you trying to be kind, but platitudes aren't what we need right now. We need action. Put me away for the good of everyone until we have a better solution. Please.
I'll take you to the tower. Very well. We'll go to the watchtower.
Thank
You'll
you.
sit there. You'll tell Godspeed all about all of this, and we'll come up with a plan. I definitely see some changes that need to happen with the big team.
I agree.
And he's gonna take Alistair. We're gonna have a cutscene with them flying up. He's gonna. They're gonna go through a Sagittarius portal. Let's put it that way. And everybody else is free to hang out back. We're gonna have you guys drop down at the bottom of the base. And as Cyclone is spending, I'm sorry, something came up. Okay, so as Sagittarius, you guys are brought down to the base below. The session it's you guys are free to hang out. Cyclone will look at you guys and do his best to say, hey, okay, guys, we need to wrap. We need to have a meeting here to talk about what happened and what's going to be happening with Minnie. I honestly think she's going to be staying up there for a little bit. I think she's having some trouble understanding where she's at, and at this point, Godspeed's gonna walk into the big base as the elevator's just gonna kind of like a ding, right? And Cyclone's kind of just gonna look over at the other side, look over to him, and just like Godspeed will put out his big voice and is like, "We need to talk, Cyclone." And he's going to. They're gonna walk off to the side and head back into one of the danger rooms in the back of the base. And he's gonna look at the kids and ask them to stay there.
Oh, bold of you to assume we will do that.
Tonight, make a small portal, my portal short, and do that over listening thing in the danger room. The height they're talking in.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a freak roll real quick.
Does anyone want to spend the team to boost that up one?
I would if I were there.
Anyone else?
I don't know how I can help you with portals.
Can you keep an eye out or ask?
You can also just mark a condition to make sure it's not unstable.
I'll just mark condition. I can't think of anything. I'll just mark. I'll mark afraid. I don't know what's going on.
Cool. All right, and then what we're gonna then what we'll go ahead and do is we're gonna go ahead and have a quick pause here as you'll see Cyclone and Godspeed walk into the room, and Godspeed will Gaya's like, please, Gaya, do you mind keeping privacy mode intact? Of course, sir, not a problem. How can I help? What is it, Godspeed? How can I help?
We need to talk.
All right. What's this all about? Tell me.
I think you already know. It's about you and the big team.
And so, like, I'm not going to let you just like I've told you I won't recommend them to join. Like, it's not their responsibility. Like
I-
they're kids. Like we shouldn't be putting them through this.
I know. And you've made that point very clear. And you've made that point every single time we've brought this up. And you've made that point every single time we've argued about this. I'm not here to argue about that. I'm done arguing.
Then what are you here to do? Like
What have you done for them so far? All of this, the last year that you've been running this team, what good have you done them?
I mean, look, you can see how they've grown. Like each of them has like started to come to understand who they are a little bit better. We've got Dominic and Jake. They've gone off to Russia. They've gotten their happy ending. They've gone off to Russia. I think Gwen is really starting to come to grips with her own past with Gray. I've helped them grow. Like,
And at the same time, you've held them back. Every single thing you said, Jake moving off to Russia, is because other people have realized that you're not good enough and taking over. I'm done letting you kids hold these kids back. And by running this team yourself, you're putting their lives at risk enough already. And since you won't use your powers to help, I don't think you can do everything by yourself. And it's time you let someone else take over. It's time you let the league take over.
but no, like that doesn't make sense. They're still my responsibility. Like they don't need to be part of this giant organization just to be heroes. They can be heroes as
But
they
don't.
are.
But you don't want them to be heroes, do you, Chris? You want them to be just like you. You want them to lead normal lives and move on past it, because inside you, somewhere within, somewhere past the Chris I used to know, who used to do a little bit of power here and then, didn't know what's up, to the Chris that's now, who's the big old dad for the big team. You've changed. You don't want to be a hero anymore, and that's what you encourage them not to be. You're holding them back, Chris. They are too powerful for you, and they're too powerful to be stuck in housing all the time. I want them to grow, and you're holding them back, and I'm not having it anymore.
But yeah, I'm not having like you're not having it. No. You don't just get to come in here and tell them who they're supposed to be.
You're right. I don't. I'm not telling them. They already are heroes. They're better heroes than you have ever been. And you need to see that.
And you want me to just give it away, let them run off. You telling me that their responsibilities are like they should just go off and be some giant heroes? Then like you're gonna take them from me, that you're gonna fix it all. You're saying that you're perfect, that the league is perfect? No, everyone's gonna have problems. They're their best down here on Earth.
You're right. We do have problems and we can't do much, but I can't leave a whole bunch of children who are better than you in both power, thinking, skill, and ability to be run by someone who will not do anything to help them. What if something goes wrong? Where will you be? Where will you be, Chris? What can you do? You tell me one thing that you can help these people with other than just giving them motivational speeches or stand there and saying, you can do it. Oh, it's all great. You can't do anything. I can. We can. It's time you stop pretending you're a hero anymore, because you're not.
What do you want me to do?
You don't have to phrase it.
Well,
I would very much like you to step down as leader of the big team and let the League of Heroes take over. I don't think you are capable anymore of being able to do this. I don't think you have the strength nor the power to both keep these kids in check and be a good leader to them. I think it's time they had someone, a group of people who are well specially trained to do this. I think it's time we train the next generation of heroes to become the next League of Heroes and not to go off and become whatever it is that you want them to become. We cannot be heroes for too long anymore. Our time will pass, just like the time of those who came before us. And if we do not train these people to take our place, who will? The world and the universe itself is in danger, and nothing has shown me more than that than they have. I want you to step down.
All right. I'll I'll step down. But I'm I can't I can't support your decision here. I don't think this is the right call, but I'll step down for them.
That doesn't surprise me, Cyclone, because just like with them, nothing you do works anyway. You can't stop me from taking over the team. Just so you can't save those kids. So just let me do what I have to.
Very well. And he's gonna take the. I'll speak with them. Give me a moment.
Sure, and Chris.
Right.
Chris,
Yes. Well,
I'm sorry. I know you care, but I don't have time for care anymore.
well, we can. It's all there. All there is to say, isn't there?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And he's gonna hit the button. Gotta shut the mode, please. And he'll head into the other room. He'll ask. He'll look at the other team member. Guys. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to pause the. We're gonna have to cancel the debrief for today. I'm gonna need you each to report directly to Godspeed in the league from now on.
What?
What is that for?
I'm gonna be taking a break from the League of Heroes. From the big team. I need some personal time to figure this out, and like each of you guys to do your best, remain with league, continue to do the best job that you guys can do. I know you can. I think each of you has grown a lot in your own right, and you've really become quite the batch of kids.
Sir Cyclone, I am already taking orders from the League of Heroes. To be clear, when you say that we should report to Godspeed from now on, is that an order?
You don't take orders from me anymore. I'm dissolving the big team. I'm leaving.
With all due respect, Sir Crisp, that is not your decision to make. A team is a team because of all the people in it. And the big team is the big team, not just because of you.
You're right.
If you need time away from all of this, that's fine. We'll be back. We'll be here when you come back.
Right. It's not my decision to make. It's his. And
I don't think it is.
Godspeed is not part of the big team.
When I first came here, the first person who gave me a place to belong and a place where I could do some good was you. You didn't do perhaps the best first introduction I've ever had, but I chose to follow your lead. And I may have chosen to follow Godspeed's as well, but it is a different situation entirely. And with you, I actually have some belief that you have the best intentions.
Can't. I'm not here to lead you anymore. You've grown up enough for me. It's time for you guys to move on. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to leave now.
So Crisp, just one last thing. And Gwen will reach into her bag and take out a little box. This is something from all of us. And she'll hand him a small box.
He'll put it in his pocket. And he'll head out. Thank you, Gwen. I'll look at it later. And there's one where he's standing outside in the rain, and he is looking at the box. If Godspeed would like to come out of the room to follow up. Ecstatic.
Godspeed steps out as the meeting carries on and walks up towards the big team, and he looks over at them and he simply goes, "Big team, may I speak with you for a minute?"
Apparently, there is no big team.
Understandable.
Well,
Yes, I agree, Gwen. I just say, you may speak with us, but if this was your doing, then I don't even know.
Understandable. For all intents and purposes, the big team is answering to me. Any questions, queries, and things to do in the big base shall come to me. I shall be moving in shortly and taking over as what's called supervisor on all missions and actions going through. Anything on the board goes through me. Anything else you need goes through me. For those of you who do not want to associate with the League of Heroes, I fully understand that. However, all big team actions must pass through me as well. If you do not wish to go to the League of Heroes as well, we can discuss that at a later time. If any of you have any queries, I would advise you bring it up whenever you feel like. I shall definitely take them and note them as well as I can. But starting from hopefully the beginning of this week, I want to go through each one of you and go through drills to see what it is you're capable of, see your training, and ensure that you're giving me the best you can. It is a shame that Christopher Crossover would not be joining us for a while. But hopefully, with me being in charge, even if it's for a short space of time before a replacement is found that is better, I will ensure that this team is kept to the best of its ability and will play to its best strengths. If anyone has any queries, you can save it and bring it to me later in my chambers.
No query, just a reminder that you said this would not happen.
I only have one query that is that I would like to ask of you now.
Then bring it to me in my chambers. You're all welcome to talk to me one by one. Other than that, this meeting is dismissed. Have a good day.
Okay.
And then he walks up and goes to basically take Cyclone's seat. And Darcy types a lot.
I would like to reject his influence.
I don't think he was trying to change your labels.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
It's just a general principle, I want to say.
Yeah, I was the same thing.
I would like to give him the same gift that I tried to give to Cyclone on my first day of school.
What was that gift, Darcy?
It was a punch.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that was also in Cyclone's office, so in the chambers sounds perfect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I did have one other end credit scene, but that's it for here. Yeah, no, I think we're good. We'll just leave it there. We'll let that be an interesting in a future session. So, let's go ahead and run through end of session. Starting at the top, Gwen. Or hello, yes, Darcy.
Why do you have to start at the top? Maybe I need to start putting a Z in front of my name. I guess I didn't grow closer to anybody. I didn't grow away from anybody. I didn't really feel like I had major interactions with anybody on my team.
Okay.
So I guess I'll just grow into my own image.
Okay.
And shift mundane down and savior up.
Fair enough. Hidden. Manaline.
Manaline, I think, grew closer to Minnie. I think Minnie really has influence over Manaline, I believe.
Yes, she does.
Alright, shift them.
All right. I think Manaline responded quickly. Both times Minnie asked him to do stuff, and she respects that. But also she knows that she asked him to do dangerous things. So danger up. Savior down.
Alright.
Okay.
And
Alright.
that gives me a point, my last point potential, so I get another advancement.
Nice.
Alice.
Lancelot drew closer to Minnie.
Does Minnie already have influence over Lancelot?
Somehow I do, yes.
Okay. What are we shifting?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting this one. Come back to me. I will think about it. Is that okay? Come back to me?
Yeah, we can. Well, I mean,
I'm fine with it.
coming back to you is going to you directly. You're the last person.
That's fine. I really want to say grew away from the team, but she's not mad at anybody. She just feels like she is, a virus. So that to me, that doesn't read as taking influence away from anyone. So I'm going to grow closer to this. I'm going to grow into my own image and shift my labels.
Mhm. Okay. All right. And then we're back to you again. On your